Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime one not written on the surface, etched underneath, trapped between layers of old backing and silver. Short phrases appeared under steam. Don't close your eyes, she watches through this. I didn't want to help. One message was deeper than the rest. It read, "You're next." Sarah Collins discovered these hidden messages 3 weeks after moving into the Oakwood apartment complex in Greenfield, Massachusetts. The rent had been unusually affordable for the well-maintained building from the 1930s. Apartment 407 had character, crown molding, hardwood floors that creaked in just the right way, and that antique bathroom mirror with an ornate brass frame. Sarah was 32, a librarian at the local community college with a quiet disposition that matched her profession. Friends described her as methodical, observant, and private. She had moved to Greenfield after ending a long-term relationship in Boston, seeking the slower pace of a smaller community. Sarah had always been drawn to older buildings, finding comfort in their history, in knowing others had lived full lives within those walls. The first time she noticed something strange about the mirror was during a particularly hot shower. As steam collected on the glass surface, faint lines began to appear, like invisible ink revealing itself under heat. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, condensation gathering unevenly on the glass. But when she wiped away the fog with her palm, the words disappeared, only to slowly re-emerge as the mirror steamed up again. Sarah leaned closer, squinting through the vapor. That's when she read the first message. Don't close your eyes. Something about the handwriting bothered her, thin, precise strokes that seemed to tremble slightly, as if written under duress. Sarah took a photo with her phone, then quickly dried the mirror, watching the words vanish. Later that evening, she examined the photo, enlarging it to study the lettering. The message wasn't on the surface of the mirror, but appeared to be underneath, between layers. The building manager, Ray Howell, was a heavy-set man in his 60s, with perpetually oil-stained hands from his hobby of restoring vintage motorcycles. When Sarah casually mentioned her interesting mirror during a maintenance visit for a leaky faucet, Ray's expression changed subtly. "That mirror's original to the building," he said, his eyes not quite meeting hers. "Antique, worth something, I hear." "Do you know anything about its history?" Sarah asked. Ray shrugged. "Been here longer than me. I've been managing this place 22 years now." Something about his tone suggested the conversation was over. As he left, Sarah noticed him glance back at her bathroom door, his brow furrowed. That night, Sarah searched online for information about the Oakwood apartments. Built in 1932, the building had once been a residential hotel catering to traveling businessmen and young professionals. In 1976, it was converted into apartments. She found nothing unusual in its history, no famous deaths, no notorious crimes. But as she scrolled through a local history forum, one post caught her attention. A question from 5 years earlier: did anyone else live in Apt 407 at Oakwood and experience strange things with the bathroom mirror? The post had no replies. Over the next few days, Sarah became increasingly preoccupied with the mirror. She took long, steamy showers, waiting for more messages to appear. And they did, different phrases emerging on different days. She watches through this. I didn't want to help. Each time, she photographed them before they disappeared. On a Thursday evening, Sarah was startled by a knock at her door. She wasn't expecting visitors. Through the peephole, she saw an elderly woman with silver hair pulled back in a severe bun, wearing a cardigan despite the summer heat. "I'm Alina Winters from 302, the woman said when Sarah opened the door. "I heard you've been asking about the mirror." Sarah hadn't been asking anyone except Ray, but she invited Alina in, offering tea which the older woman accepted with a nod. "I lived here when Martina Reeves did," Alina said, her hands wrapped around the teacup, knuckles prominent against papery skin. "That would be 1987 to 1989. "Who was Martina?" Sarah asked. "A graduate student, art history. She was the one who first noticed the writing in the mirror." Alina's voice was steady, but her eyes kept drifting toward the bathroom door. She became obsessed with it, started researching the building's history, interviewing former residents. "Did she find anything?" Alina took a slow sip of tea before answering. She traced the mirror back to the original building. It had been in room 407 since 1932. Martina believed the messages were from a woman named Lillian Blackwood who lived here in the 1950s. "What happened to Lillian?" Sarah asked, feeling a chill despite the warm apartment. "Official record says she had a mental breakdown. Her husband found her one morning, kneeling in front of the mirror, having scratched messages into her own arms with a hairpin. She spent the rest of her life in an institution." Sarah swallowed hard. "And what happened to Martina?" Alina's gaze finally settled on Sarah's face. "They found her in the bathtub. They called it suicide, but..." She trailed off. "But what?" "The mirror was steamed up when they found her, and there was a new message. I didn't want to help." After Alina left, Sarah stood in front of the bathroom mirror, studying her reflection. The glass showed only her face, pale with concern. She considered covering it or taking it down, but something held her back, a need to understand. The next morning, Sarah called in sick to work and drove to the county records office. Hours of searching yielded little about Lillian Blackwood beyond confirmation of her commitment to Westfield State Hospital in 1954. Her husband, Gerald, had continued living in the apartment until 1967. Sarah expanded her search to previous residents of room 407. Between 1932 and the present, she counted 17 long-term residents. 3 had died in the apartment, 1 heart attack, 1 stroke, and Martina's suicide. Nothing statistically unusual. But as she was leaving, a clerk mentioned that the building's original owner, Frederick Oakwood, had lived in room 407 himself from 1932 until his death in 1944. He had been a collector of antiques and curiosities, particularly mirrors. That evening, Sarah took the hottest shower she could stand. As steam filled the bathroom, she watched the mirror intently. Slowly, faintly, words began to appear, and among them, a message she hadn't seen before: "You're next." Heart-pounding, she photographed it, then dried the mirror with a towel. With trembling hands, she examined the mirror's brass frame, running her fingers along its edges. Near the bottom, she felt a small latch. The frame was designed to open. With careful pressure, the front panel swung forward on hidden hinges, revealing the back of the mirror. Between the glass and the wooden backing was a thin space, just enough to hold several yellowed papers. Sarah spread them on her kitchen table. Letters written in the same thin, precise handwriting as the mirror messages. They were all addressed to "My dearest Frederick" and signed "Forever yours, L." The letters told a story that unfolded with horrifying clarity. Lillian had not been Gerald Blackwood's wife, but his sister-in-law and Frederick Oakwood's secret lover since 1938. Their affair had continued for years, even after Frederick's death, when Lillian claimed she could still communicate with him through the mirror he had given her as a gift. The final letter, dated 3 days before Lillian's commitment, read, "Frederick says others must know. He's showing me how to put the messages where they'll be seen by those who need to see them. Gerald doesn't believe me, but he will. Everyone will." Sarah's research continued for weeks. She learned that Gerald Blackwood had been found dead in 1967, slumped in front of the bathroom mirror, a razor in his hand. The official cause was suicide, but no note was found. She discovered that Martina Reeves had interviewed Alina Winters extensively before her death. Alina had been the one to find Martina's body, having a spare key as the building's unofficial welcome committee for new residents. Most disturbingly, Sarah found that Ray Howell had been the building manager when Martina died, and had been the first person Alina called when she discovered the body. One night, unable to sleep, Sarah knocked on apartment 302. Alina answered immediately, as if she'd been waiting. "You've been learning too much," Alina said softly, just like Martina did. "What really happened to her?" Sarah asked. Alina's eyes were sad. She was going to expose everything, all the deaths connected to that mirror going back decades. Ray couldn't allow that, the building's reputation. "Ray killed her. I don't know for certain. I only know she was alive when I left her apartment that night and dead when I returned the next morning. Ray was there before the police, cleaning the mirror." Sarah felt cold. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you need to understand, some things should stay hidden." Alina reached out, her fingers brushing Sarah's wrist. "The mirror chooses who sees the messages, always has, and now it's chosen you." The next day, Sarah carefully removed the mirror from her bathroom wall and wrapped it in blankets. She drove it to a storage facility on the outskirts of town, locking it in a unit under a false name. That night she slept soundly for the first time in weeks, but when she entered her bathroom the next morning, she froze. The mirror was back on the wall as if it had never been removed. And in the corner of the glass, visible without any steam, were fresh words scratched directly onto the surface. "I always return to those who see me." Sarah Collins disappeared 3 days later. Her apartment was found undisturbed except for the bathroom. The mirror had been shattered, shards of glass scattered across the floor like teardrops. Among the fragments lay a single brass key to a storage unit that, when opened, contained nothing but empty blankets. To this day, residents of apartment 407 report strange phenomena with the new mirror installed after Sarah's disappearance. On particularly steamy days, words seem to form beneath the glass, sometimes warnings, sometimes pleas. And occasionally, if the light hits just right, observers swear they can see a woman's face looking back at them instead of their own. The most common message, according to current residents, is a simple one: she couldn't help us either. Crime 2, they swore the end was only 10 steps away, but the next morning it took 20, then 30. The photos on the walls changed positions, and one door appeared where none had been before, sealed with wax and a child's handprint pressed in the center. In the quiet town of Millfield, Massachusetts, Sarah Holloway's disappearance would become known as the Hallway House case, a mystery that would haunt the community for years to come. Sarah was 32 when she purchased the Victorian home on Elmwood Drive in the fall of 2019. A research librarian at the local university, She had saved for years to afford the spacious, century-old house with its gabled roof and wraparound porch. Her colleagues described her as methodical, soft-spoken, and remarkably observant, qualities that made her exceptional at her job cataloging rare manuscripts. She noticed things others didn't, recalled Dr. Elaine Mercer, her department head. Sarah could spot a misplaced comma in a 300-page document. She had an eye for detail that was almost unsettling at times. This attentiveness to detail would later become central to the investigation, because when Sarah began mentioning peculiarities about her new home's main hallway, no one immediately questioned her observations. The first mentions came in text messages to her sister, Rebecca, 3 weeks after moving in. The hallway feels different today. I know it sounds crazy, but it feels longer. I counted the steps yesterday, exactly 12 from the foyer to my bedroom door. Today it took 15 steps. The same pace, the same stride length. Rebecca later told investigators she had brushed it off as the natural disorientation that comes with a new house. Old homes settle, perceptions change, but Sarah's messages grew more frequent, more detailed, more concerned. I measured it today, 36 feet from entrance to end. I know it was 32 when I did the home inspection. I have the floor plan to prove it. The realtor says I'm mistaken. By December, Sarah had begun keeping a journal documenting the changes. Police would later find this journal, its pages filled with precise measurements, times, dates, and photographs taped to the pages. The entries showed a progression, a hallway that began at 32 feet and somehow extended to 47 feet over the course of 3 months. More disturbing were her notes about the photographs. Sarah had hung family pictures along the hallway, her parents' wedding, her college graduation, a childhood camping trip. According to her journal, these photographs had begun changing positions overnight. December 12, the camping photo is now 3 frames to the left of where I hung it. The graduation photo has rotated 15 degrees counterclockwise. I corrected it yesterday. It's tilted again today. Friends who visited noted Sarah's increasing agitation. Jeremy Watts, a colleague from the library, was one of the last people to see her before she vanished. She kept asking if I noticed anything strange about the hallway, he told the police. She seemed embarrassed to bring it up, but couldn't stop herself. She made me walk it with her, counting steps. Then she showed me these marks she'd made on the baseboards to track the length. I humored her, but honestly it just looked like a normal hallway to me. The final entry in Sarah's journal, dated January 18, 2020, contained a single paragraph. There's a new door at the very end of the hallway where the linen closet used to be. It wasn't there last night. The wood is different, darker, older. The doorknob is brass, not nickel like the others. It's sealed with red wax around the edges, and pressed into the center of the wax is what looks like a child's handprint. I haven't told anyone yet. Who would believe me? Tomorrow I'm going to open it. Sarah Holloway was reported missing 3 days later when she failed to show up for work. Rebecca, concerned after not hearing from her sister for several days, drove to the house and found it empty. Sarah's car was in the driveway. Her purse and phone were on the kitchen counter. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication of a struggle. The police investigation began as a routine missing persons case. Detective Paul Ramirez led the initial sweep of the house, noting nothing out of the ordinary except for the hallway. The layout didn't make sense, he would later tell reporters. According to the original floor plans, that hallway should have been about 30 feet long, but when we measured it, we got 47 feet 8 inches. and there was no door at the end, just the linen closet as the plans indicated. When shown Sarah's journal with its documentation of a growing hallway and a mysterious new door, Ramirez initially suspected mental health issues. Perhaps Sarah had experienced some kind of psychological break, become disoriented, and wandered off. But the detailed measurements, the photographs labeled with dates, the consistent handwriting, it all pointed to someone who, while perhaps troubled, was methodically recording what she genuinely perceived. The case took a disturbing turn when forensic teams found traces of red wax embedded in the wood grain around the linen closet door. Chemical analysis showed it was an unusual blend, primarily beeswax mixed with cinnabar, a mercury-containing mineral used in ancient sealing waxes but rarely found in modern materials. More troubling was the partial fingerprint recovered from one of the wax fragments, a small print, consistent with that of a child between 5 and 8 years old. Historical research into the house revealed that in 1887, 8-year-old Emmett Blackwell had disappeared from the home under similar mysterious circumstances. Newspaper clippings from the era described the family's frantic search and the boy's father's insistence that the house had changed overnight. The investigation stalled after 6 months. No body was found, no evidence of foul play emerged. Sarah's bank accounts remained untouched. Her passport was still in her desk drawer. The prevailing theory became that Sarah had experienced some kind of psychotic episode and had possibly harmed herself somewhere away from the property, though extensive searches of the surrounding areas yielded nothing. But the residents of Millfield were not so quick to dismiss the case. The story of the growing hallway and the sealed door captured the community's imagination. Some claimed to have seen lights moving in Sarah's house at night, though the electricity had been turned off. Others reported hearing the sound of children's laughter coming from the empty building. Rebecca Holloway never accepted the official explanation. She continued her own investigation, interviewing historians, paranormal researchers, and former residents of the house. What she discovered was a pattern. Every 33 years, dating back to 1887, someone had disappeared from the house, always a single occupant, always during winter, always with reports of architectural anomalies preceding the disappearance. 2 years after Sarah vanished, Rebecca received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph, an old Polaroid showing a hallway lined with doors, stretching impossibly into darkness. Written on the back in handwriting that matched her sister's was a simple message: "It keeps growing. Others are here. The doors don't lead out." The Holloway case remains officially unsolved. The house on Elmwood Drive stands empty, the subject of local legends and occasional trespassing by thrill seekers. But real estate records show a curious detail. Though the house's total square footage was originally listed at 2,450 square feet, recent assessments place it at 2,650 square feet. 200 square feet of space that, according to architects who have reviewed the plans, simply shouldn't exist. And in whispered conversations at Millfield's only bar, locals will tell you that sometimes, if you drive past the Holloway house late at night, you can see a light moving slowly down that impossible hallway, as if someone is still measuring, still counting steps, still trying to make sense of a space that defies explanation. They'll tell you that the hallway is growing still. And they'll warn you never to enter the house alone. Because some thresholds once crossed lead to places from which there is no return. Crime 3, no pairs, just left shoes, boots, sneakers, baby slippers, all worn, all dirty. Each had a note tucked inside. Most said lost, mine, or gone. One note had a drawing of the house. The front door was crossed out. The basement was circled. The house at 437 Sycamore Lane had stood empty for 3 years before the Martins purchased it in the spring of 2018. Daniel and Rebecca Martin, along with their 10-year-old daughter Lily, had fallen in love with the Victorian structure's ornate woodwork and spacious backyard. The previous owner, Eleanor Watts, had passed away at age 94, leaving no immediate family to claim the property. The real estate listing described it as a historic gem needing tender, loving care. What it didn't mention was the trunk locked in the basement crawlspace. Rebecca Martin first noticed the strange draft coming from behind the basement's east wall while organizing their holiday decorations in November. A slight but persistent chill that seemed to whisper through the room's corner. Daniel insisted it was just poor insulation, an expected flaw in a house built in 1893, but Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "The cold spot followed me," she would later tell Detective Sarah Holloway, "like someone was standing there watching." On December 3rd, while Daniel was away on a business trip to Columbus, Rebecca decided to investigate. She ran her fingers along the wood paneling where the draft seemed strongest and discovered a section that sounded hollow when tapped. After removing the loose panel, she found herself staring into a narrow crawl space extending about 8 feet into darkness. With only her phone's flashlight to guide her, Rebecca squeezed through the opening. The air inside smelled of mold and something else, something acrid and unpleasant. That's when her light caught the reflection of metal hardware, an antique trunk, its brass fittings tarnished with age but still intact, secured with a heavy padlock. "I should have waited for Daniel," Rebecca would later admit, "but I thought maybe it contained old family photos or heirlooms, something that Eleanor's distant relatives might want returned." The lock was surprisingly easy to break with a hammer from Daniel's toolbox. Inside, Rebecca found no family heirlooms, no precious jewelry, no forgotten treasures. Instead, she discovered 27 left shoes arranged in neat rows, men's work boots, women's heels, tennis shoes, most disturbing of all, 3 tiny baby shoes. Each shoe contained a handwritten note on yellowed paper. The messages were cryptic but chilling. "Lost mine by the river. Gone Thursday night. Won't be coming home." The note in a child's sneaker simply read, "Mommy cried for weeks." Rebecca immediately called the police. Detective Sarah Holloway had worked 17 years with the Springfield Police Department, the last 8 in homicide. At 46, she had seen her share of disturbing scenes, but something about the trunk of left shoes unsettled her deeply. It was the methodical nature of it, she would later explain to her partner. Each shoe carefully placed, each note deliberately written. Whoever collected these took their time, savored it. The investigation began with Eleanor Watts, the elderly woman who had owned the house for over 60 years. Neighbors described her as reclusive but pleasant, a retired librarian who kept to herself but always waved from her porch. No one remembered her having visitors except for a nephew who would stop by occasionally to help with household maintenance. "She was just a sweet old lady," said Margaret Dunning, who had lived next door for 30 years. "Always had butterscotch candies for the neighborhood kids. Seemed lonely, especially after her husband died in the 70s. Eleanor's medical records showed no history of mental illness. Her finances were modest but well managed. There was nothing to suggest she was capable of violence or obsessive behavior. The trail seemed cold until Detective Holloway tracked down Thomas Reed, Eleanor's nephew, now living in Arizona. "Annalena raised me after my parents died in a car accident," Thomas explained during their phone interview. "She was strict but never cruel. Always seemed afraid though, kept the doors locked, windows latched, even in summer, and she never let me play in the basement, said it wasn't safe for children. According to Thomas, Alina had married Harold Watts in 1952. Harold had worked as a shoe salesman at Caldwell's department store until its closure in 1989. The couple never had children of their own. Uncle Harold was quiet, kept to himself. Died before I was born, heart attack, I think. Aunt Alina didn't talk about him much. But when Detective Holloway checked county records, she found no death certificate for Harold Watts. No obituary, no grave in the local cemetery. It was as if Harold had simply disappeared. The forensic team's analysis of the shoes yielded disturbing results. The oldest shoe, a woman's brown leather Oxford, dated back to approximately 1955. The newest, a man's running shoe, was manufactured around 2012, just 3 years before Alina's death. Soil samples embedded in the treads matched locations throughout the county. The riverbank near Wilson Park, the hiking trail at Ridgewood Nature Preserve, the old quarry. Most concerning were the DNA results. Trace amounts of blood were found in 17 of the 27 shoes. Different blood types, different people. When technicians removed the basement's eastern wall completely, they discovered something even more disturbing. Behind another false panel built into the foundation itself was a small windowless room, no larger than a closet, with a concrete floor and a single overhead light fixture. The walls were covered with newspaper clippings dating from 1953 to 2014. Missing persons cases, all unsolved. Each clipping corresponded to a shoe in the trunk. The investigation expanded to include cold cases spanning 6 decades. Names matched to DNA samples from the shoes. Caroline Weber, missing since 1957. James Hallbrook, last seen leaving work in 1968. Tina Martinez, who disappeared walking home from school in 1984. The tiny baby shoes belonged to 3 infants who had vanished from nearby counties between 1972 and 1995. We're dealing with a serial predator who operated undetected for over 60 years, Detective Holloway told the Springfield Herald. The question is, was it Harold Watts, Alina, or both of them together? The house yielded more secrets as investigators tore into walls and dug up the basement floor. Behind the furnace, they found a metal box containing dozens of personal effects, wedding rings, driver's licenses, a child's hair ribbon. In the backyard, under Alina's prized rose garden, ground-penetrating radar detected unusual soil disturbances. But before the excavation could begin, Thomas Reed made a startling discovery while sorting through Alina's personal papers. In a locked drawer of her writing desk was a leather-bound journal, Harold's diary. The final entry, dated September 17, 1953, read, "Alina found my special place today. I thought she would scream or run or call the police. Instead, she smiled and said she understood. Said she had always felt different too, empty inside, said maybe together we could fill that emptiness. She asked if she could help next time. I think I've finally found someone who sees me for who I truly am." There was no record of Harold Watts after that date. No employment records, no tax filings, no documented public appearances. It was as if he had ceased to exist the day after writing that entry. But Alina had continued to live in the house for another 62 years. When the forensic team finally excavated the rose garden, they found no human remains. Instead, they discovered a second trunk, identical to the one in the crawl space, buried 3 feet below the surface. Inside were 27 right shoes, the matching pairs to those found in the basement. The notes in these shoes were different, however, all written in the same handwriting, all bearing the same message. Harold loved the left, I keep the right, together forever. The case of 437 Sycamore Lane remains officially open. Detective Holloway still visits the evidence room sometimes, staring at the collection of shoes now sealed in plastic bags. She wonders about Alina Watts, whether she was victim or villain, accomplice or mastermind. And sometimes, when the building is quiet and she's alone with her thoughts, Holloway swears she can hear footsteps, uneven, halting, as if someone is walking with only one shoe. The Martin family never moved back into the house. It remains empty to this day, its windows boarded up, a chain-link fence surrounding the property. At night, neighbors say they can sometimes see a light moving behind the basement windows, as if someone is searching for something lost. Or perhaps something found. No one has applied for a permit to demolish the structure. No one wants to disturb whatever secrets might still be buried beneath the foundation of 437 Sycamore Lane. And in evidence, locker B-117 of the Springfield Police Department, 54 shoes, 27 lefts and 27 rights, wait silently for justice that may never come. Crime 4, the lawn looked normal, green, even unremarkable. But when they dug a small patch, their shovels hit wood. Just beneath the surface, planks, floorboards, a perfectly built room buried flat beneath the yard. Inside was a table, 4 chairs, and a wall covered in Polaroids. All of them were blank. Sarah Mullen had lived in the modest 2-bedroom house on Oakwood Drive for just over 3 months. A 34-year-old librarian who had recently relocated to the small town of Crestwood, Michigan after her divorce, Sarah was known for her quiet demeanor and polite smile. She kept to herself but always waved to neighbors when retrieving her mail. The kind of person who blended into the background of a community, present but unobtrusive. She had purchased the house at below market value, understanding from her realtor that the previous owners had moved rather suddenly. The property had sat vacant for nearly 18 months before Sarah's arrival. Its lawn had grown wild, the gutters had filled with debris, and local teenagers had occasionally used the detached garage as a place to smoke cigarettes away from watchful eyes. Nothing about the house suggested anything unusual, which was precisely why Sarah had chosen it. She wanted ordinary. Predictable, safe. April in Crestwood brought steady rain. Sarah had noticed a peculiar drainage issue in her backyard, puddles forming in a perfect rectangle, approximately 8 feet by 10 feet, while the rest of the yard drained normally. When the sun returned in late April, she decided to address the issue herself, purchasing a shovel from the local hardware store. She planned to dig a simple drainage trench, nothing elaborate, just enough to prevent her yard from becoming a small pond every time it rained. The first strike of her shovel against the ground produced an unexpected sound, not the soft give of earth, but a hollow thud. Wood. Sarah frowned, pushing her glasses up her nose as she knelt down. She scraped away more grass, revealing what appeared to be a painted wooden surface just 2 inches below the lawn. Confused, she continued removing the thin layer of soil and grass, exposing more of the structure beneath. By evening, Sarah had uncovered enough to realize she was standing on what appeared to be a ceiling buried beneath her lawn. She called her neighbor, Tom Grayson, a retired construction worker who came over with his own tools. Together, they found what seemed to be a trap door built into the structure, complete with a recessed handle. "I've never seen anything like this," Tom had said, his weathered face tightening with concern. "Could be an old bomb shelter, I suppose. People built all kinds of things during the Cold War." When they lifted the door, a damp, stale smell drifted upward. A set of narrow steps descended into darkness. Sarah's flashlight beam revealed a fully finished room approximately 10 feet below ground level. Unlike most basements or storm shelters, this space had been carefully constructed. Drywall, painted a pale yellow, lined the walls. The floor was covered with linoleum tiles arranged in a checkerboard pattern of cream and light blue. In the center stood a wooden table with 4 chairs placed nightly around it, as if waiting for dinner guests. But it was the far wall that caused Sarah to take an involuntary step backward. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of Polaroid photographs had been meticulously arranged in a grid pattern covering the entire surface, each one perfectly aligned with its neighbors, creating an eerie mosaic. When Sarah moved closer, her breath caught in her throat. Every single photograph was blank, just white squares with the characteristic Polaroid border. "We need to call the police," Tom had whispered, his voice unsteady. Detective Marcus Reed arrived within 30 minutes, followed by 2 patrol officers. By nightfall, the backyard had been cordoned off with yellow tape, and portable lights illuminated the scene as investigators in white protective suits descended into the underground room. Sarah watched from her kitchen window, a cup of untouched tea growing cold between her trembling hands. The investigation revealed that the underground room had been constructed approximately 7 years earlier, during the ownership of a couple named James and Elaine Porter. The Porters had lived in the house for nearly 12 years before abruptly selling it and moving to Arizona, or so the real estate records indicated. Neighbors recalled them as friendly but private. James had worked from home as an insurance adjuster, while Elaine taught piano lessons to local children. "They seemed perfectly normal," Margaret Wilson from across the street told Detective Reed. "James used to shovel our walkway when it snowed. Elaine made the best peach cobbler for the block party every summer." Her voice faltered. "Though come to think of it, they never had visitors. No family came for holidays. No friends dropped by. Just those piano students, and only during daytime hours." As investigators continued to examine the underground room, more puzzling details emerged. The construction was professional grade, proper ventilation, hidden electrical wiring, even a small plumbing system that connected to the main house's water supply. This was not an amateur project, but something that would have required considerable planning, expense, and expertise. The table in the center of the room yielded no fingerprints, despite its wooden surface being ideal for preserving them. In fact, investigators found the entire space had been meticulously cleaned. No DNA, no fingerprints, no physical evidence of any kind to suggest who had used the room or for what purpose. And then there were the Polaroids, 364 of them, arranged in rows of 13 by 28, each one blank as if never exposed to light properly or perhaps deliberately overexposed. When detectives removed them from the wall, they discovered small, neat numbers written on the back of each one, sequential, 1 through 364. It could be a record of some kind, Detective Reed theorized during a briefing with his team. Days, perhaps, someone documenting something for nearly a year. Attempts to locate the Porters proved unsuccessful. The Arizona address they had provided when selling the house didn't exist. Their social security numbers, when traced, led to individuals who had died in the 1960s, long before the Porters would have been born. Their identities, it seemed, had been carefully constructed fictions. Search warrants allowed investigators to examine the main house more thoroughly. In the master bedroom closet, behind a false panel, they discovered a box containing a Polaroid camera, the film compartment empty, and a journal. The journal contained no writing, only 364 small marks, identical to hash marks prisoners used to count days. On the last page, a single sentence, "We can stop pretending now." Sarah never spent another night in the house on Oakwood Drive. She moved in with a cousin while waiting for the investigation to conclude, ultimately choosing to list the property for sale at a significant loss. The house remained on the market for over 2 years, its reputation tainted by the mystery that had never been solved. In the years that followed, theories abounded. Some believed the room had been used for illegal activities, drug manufacturing perhaps, or something even darker. Others suggested the porters themselves might have been victims, forced to construct the space under duress. The most disturbing theory, the one Detective Reed could never quite dismiss, was that the blank Polaroids weren't failures at all, but deliberate, each one representing something or someone that had been systematically erased. The case went cold after 18 months. Despite national coverage and featured segments on true crime television shows, no new evidence ever emerged. The porters were never located. The purpose of the room and its methodically arranged blank photographs remained unexplained. 5 years later, a report crossed Detective Reed's desk, a house in Tennessee with an unusual drainage issue in the backyard. When the new owners investigated, they found a structure just beneath the surface. Inside, a table, 4 chairs, and a wall covered in blank Polaroids. The previous owners, a friendly but private couple, had moved away suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. By the time authorities connected the cases, the trail had gone cold again. Somewhere, perhaps, James and Elaine Porter were building another room, taking more blank photographs, counting more days, patiently waiting for whatever would allow them to stop pretending. The lawn at the house on Oakwood Drive grew back, even and green, unremarkable. A new family moved in, unaware of what had once existed beneath their feet. Life in Crestwood continued. But Detective Reed still woke sometimes in the middle of the night, wondering what had been captured in those blank frames, what memories, what moments, what truths had been deliberately overexposed until nothing remained but white squares with numbers on the back, counting towards some unfathomable conclusion. What had the porters been counting down to, and had they reached it? Crime 5, it smelled faintly sweet. Thick drops of red fell from the ceiling onto the tile floor. There were no candles above. When they cut into the ceiling, they found a small hidden space. Inside, a box of teeth, a melted crayon, and a drawing of a woman with no mouth. Marissa Reynolds had lived in apartment 4B at the Pineview Apartments in Millfield, Connecticut for just over 3 years. She was 32, worked as a dental hygienist at Bright Smile Family Dentistry, and was known among her colleagues as meticulous and kind. Her patients appreciated her gentle touch and calming presence. Every morning, Marissa would wake at 6:15, brew a cup of Earl Grey tea, and spend 20 minutes on her small balcony watching the sun rise over the park across the street. Her neighbors described her as quiet but friendly, the type who remembered birthdays and watered plants when others were away. The apartment above Marissa's had been vacant for 2 months before Liam Crawford moved in on October 3rd, 2023. Marissa had mentioned to her sister Elaine during their weekly phone call that she'd heard footsteps above her apartment again. Heavy ones, she'd said, like someone who doesn't take their shoes off indoors. But she hadn't met her new neighbor yet. Their schedules seemed to be opposites. Elaine would later recall this conversation with painful clarity. Marissa had also mentioned that sometimes she'd hear thumping at odd hours of the night. But that's apartment living, Marissa had laughed it off. You get used to it. On Thursday, November 9th, Marissa didn't show up for work. She had never missed a day without calling in advance. Her office manager, Tina Benson, tried her cell phone 3 times before contacting Elaine. It's not like her, Tina had said. She had 4 patients scheduled this morning. Elaine called the apartment building's superintendent and asked him to check on her sister. Richard Howell had been the super at Pineview for over a decade. He knew all the tenants by name and had a friendly rapport with most. He knocked on Marissa's door at 11:43 a.m. No answer. He knocked again, louder. Nothing. Using his master key, he entered the apartment. Everything looked normal at first, Richard would later tell Detective Marcus Kim. TV was off, dishes in the sink, her purse was on the counter, phone plugged in beside it. Nothing seemed out of place. But then Richard noticed something on the kitchen floor. Dark spots, almost like oil stains, scattered across the white tile. He looked up. The ceiling was dripping, slow, viscous drops of red. The first officers on the scene assumed it was blood. Officer Teresa Santos radioed in a possible homicide and requested backup. When Detective Kim arrived 30 minutes later, he immediately ordered access to the apartment above. Inside apartment 5B, they found no sign of Liam Crawford. The apartment was sparsely furnished, a folding table, a mattress on the floor, a single chair, no personal photos, no mail, no food in the refrigerator. In the bathroom, they found a hacksaw, bleach, and several empty bottles of hydrogen peroxide. And in the bedroom closet, they discovered a small trapdoor cut into the floor. The space between the ceiling of 4B and the floor of 5B was just 18 inches high, enough for someone to navigate by crawling. The trapdoor had been recently cut, the edges were still rough. Inside this cramped space, investigators found the source of the dripping, a large block of red wax that had begun to melt from the heat of the apartment below. Beside it was a small metal box containing 23 human teeth, all molars, none of which belonged to Marissa. They also found a child's red crayon and a crude drawing on yellowed paper showing a female figure with no mouth. Marissa's body was not in her apartment, nor was it in the crawl space or in Liam Crawford's unit. After obtaining a warrant to search Crawford's car, still parked in the resident lot, they found nothing unusual. Marissa Reynolds had simply vanished. The investigation quickly revealed that Liam Crawford was a false identity. The social security number on his rental application belonged to a man who had died in 1994. The references he had provided never answered calls. The previous address listed was a vacant lot in Portland, Maine. The cell phone number had been disconnected. The only photo they had was from the building's security camera. A man of average height wearing a baseball cap pulled low, his face never clearly visible. Detective Kim contacted neighboring police departments to ask about similar cases. 3 days later, he received a call from Detective Laura Moss in Bridgeport. "We had a case last year," she said. "Dental assistant went missing. No body found, but we did find a collection of teeth hidden in her apartment. Not hers, and a drawing of a woman with no mouth." Within a week, investigators had connected 4 cases across the Northeast, all women who worked in dental offices, all who had disappeared without a trace, all with similar signature elements left behind. None of the bodies had ever been found. Elaine moved into her sister's apartment in December, refusing to believe Marissa was gone forever. "If there's no body, there's hope," she told reporters. She cleaned up the kitchen floor, repainted the ceiling, and continued her sister's routine of morning tea on the balcony. The apartment above remained empty, sealed as a crime scene. On January 23, 2024, Elaine called Detective Kim at 2:17 a.m. "I heard something," she whispered, "in the ceiling." Officers arrived within minutes. The apartment above was still sealed, the police tape on the door undisturbed. They entered cautiously, guns drawn. Everything was as they had left it months before. The crawl space remained open, the metal box and drawing had been taken as evidence. Nothing seemed different. until Officer Santos noticed a new drawing pinned to the back of the bedroom door. A woman with no mouth, but this time with Marissa's distinctive curly hair. The security footage from the building showed no one entering or leaving apartment 5B. The roof access had been checked. It was locked from the inside. Every window in the fifth-floor apartment was intact, and there were no signs of forced entry. 3 days later, a maintenance worker at Groveland Park across the street from Pineview Apartments was clearing brush near the pond when he found a single woman's shoe, the match to one found in Marissa's closet. Beside it was a small pile of teeth. Not human this time, animal teeth arranged in a perfect circle. The case of Marissa Reynolds remains open. Detective Kim still visits the park every month, searching for any new evidence. Elaine eventually moved out of the apartment, unable to bear the constant vigilance, the straining to hear sounds from above. The building superintendent installed new ceilings in both apartments, removing any possibility of creating another crawl space. Apartment 5B has new tenants now, a young couple who know nothing of its history. Sometimes people walking through Groveland Park late at night report seeing a woman standing by the pond, staring across at the Pineview Apartments. By the time anyone approaches, she's gone. Park rangers have found strange markings carved into trees nearby, crude drawings of women with no mouths. The investigation into the so-called tooth collector cases continues. Dental offices across 3 states have installed new security protocols. Women who work in them have been advised to vary their routines, to check their ceilings regularly for any signs of tampering. And in the evidence room of the Millfield Police Department, locked in a climate-controlled container, the red wax, the teeth, and the drawings wait silently, clues to a predator who moves between walls, who watches from above, who collects both teeth and the women who care for them. A predator who, somewhere, is still waiting to strike again. Crime 6, not the floor, the ceiling. Deep, desperate claw marks carved across the upper panels as if someone had been trapped upside down. On the shelf sat a photo album. Each picture had someone missing from the frame. On the back cover was written, "She takes them from above." Sheriff Dale Mercer had seen a lot in his 23 years with the Blackwater County Sheriff's Department, but nothing quite like this. The small closet in Abigail Warren's bedroom had become a puzzle that would haunt him for years to come. Blackwater, Michigan was the kind of town where people didn't lock their doors at night. Just under 4,000 residents, most families had been there for generations. The downtown area consisted of a main street with a hardware store, a diner, and a post office that doubled as the town's social hub. Surrounded by dense pine forests and situated near the shores of Lake Michigan, the town experienced harsh winters but thrived during summer tourism season. Abigail Warren, 34, was relatively new to town. She had moved to Blackwater 3 years ago, purchasing a Victorian home on Elm Street that had been vacant for nearly a decade. Locals described her as pleasant but private. She worked remotely as a data analyst, occasionally volunteering at the local library's children's reading hour on Wednesday afternoons. Her soft voice and warm smile made her popular with the children, though she rarely socialized with adults beyond brief, polite exchanges. Her neighbor, Alina Simmons, was the one who called the police on December 8, 2022. "I haven't seen Abby in almost 2 weeks," she told the dispatcher, her voice wavering slightly. "Her car is in the driveway. The lights are on at night but change rooms, and I don't know, something just feels wrong." Deputy Sam Holden was first to respond to the wellness check. His knocks went unanswered. Peering through windows revealed nothing unusual, a neat living room, dishes drying by the sink, a cat lounging on a window sill. Everything appeared normal until he noticed the upstairs curtains moving slightly despite closed windows. "I initially thought it was just the cat," Holden later reported, "but something felt off. The movement wasn't natural." After consulting with Sheriff Mercer, they obtained a warrant to enter the premises. The house was immaculate, almost clinically so. Every surface gleamed, not a speck of dust on any shelf. The refrigerator contained fresh food. The cat's bowl was full. But Abigail was nowhere to be found. It was Sheriff Mercer who discovered the closet on the second day of the investigation. In Abigail's bedroom, a walk-in closet door was slightly ajar. Inside, her clothes hung in perfect color coordination. Her shoes were aligned with mathematical precision. But when Mercer's flashlight beam swept across the ceiling, that's when he saw them, the scratches. Dozens of them, deep grooves in the wooden panels that formed the ceiling of the closet. Some appeared to be made by fingernails, others by some kind of tool, and they all converged toward the center, where a small, almost imperceptible seam ran across the paneling. "They're fresh," the forensic technician confirmed later that day, "no more than 2 weeks old." The photo album was discovered on the top shelf, hidden behind a stack of winter sweaters. A simple black leather-bound book containing 48 photographs. Family portraits, group photos from community events, pictures of children from the library reading hour, all perfectly normal except for one disturbing detail. In each photo, someone had been carefully removed, not torn out, but meticulously edited out as if they had never existed. On the back cover, written in elegant cursive, "She takes them from above." The investigation expanded rapidly after that discovery. Sheriff Mercer requested assistance from the state police, bringing in Detective Laurel Hayes, a specialist in missing persons cases. "What we're dealing with here isn't just a missing woman," Hayes explained during their first briefing. "These photographs suggest a pattern. We need to identify everyone who's been removed from these images." It took 3 days to identify all the edited-out individuals, 27 people in total, 15 adults and 12 children. The common thread, all of them had been reported missing at some point over the past decade. Some cases had been resolved, runaways who returned home, adults who had simply relocated without telling family members. But 7 remained unsolved, with the most recent being Martin Holloway, a 42-year-old high school teacher who had disappeared 6 months before Abigail moved to town. The discovery of a false panel in the closet ceiling led investigators to a small attic space that couldn't be accessed from anywhere else in the house. The space contained a sleeping bag, water bottles, energy bar wrappers, and a journal filled with entries that became increasingly disjointed and paranoid over time. The final entry, dated November 26, 2022, read, "She's coming through the ceiling again tonight. I can hear her breathing. I've tried everything to block the entrance, but she always finds a way in. The scratching starts after midnight. I won't be taken like the others. I've left the album as proof. Look up. Always look up." The handwriting matched Abigail's. Forensic analysis of the attic space revealed trace evidence of at least 3 different individuals having occupied the area at different times. Hair samples, fingerprints, and DNA evidence suggested that Martin Holloway had indeed spent time there, along with 2 previously missing persons, Jonna Pierce, missing since 2017, and a 17-year-old boy named Connor Ellis, reported missing in 2019, presumed runaway. The investigation took another bizarre turn when technicians discovered that the attic space contained a sophisticated surveillance system. Hidden cameras throughout the house fed into a small computer server tucked away in the corner of the attic. Video files dated back 3 years, precisely when Abigail had purchased the house. The footage shows Abigail living a completely normal life, Detective Hayes explained to an increasingly baffled Sheriff Mercer. But there are gaps, random periods ranging from hours to days when the cameras stop recording. And after each gap, Abigail's behavior changes slightly. Different mannerisms, different routines. Most disturbing was footage from November 25th, the night before her final journal entry. At 11:47 p.m., Abigail is seen entering her bedroom closet with a flashlight and a small pry bar. The camera angle doesn't show the interior of the closet, but at 12:14 a.m., the feed cuts out entirely. When it resumes at 6:23 a.m. the following morning, Abigail emerges from the closet, but something about her movements seems different, more fluid, more deliberate. She walks directly to the camera, stares into it for several uncomfortable seconds, and smiles. It's her face, but Sheriff Mercer would later testify that her expression contained nothing recognizable as human. The case of Abigail Warren remains officially unsolved. No body has ever been found. The house on Elm Street stands empty once again, though numerous prospective buyers have walked through it. Real estate agents report that people often comment on the strange feeling they get in the master bedroom closet. Sheriff Mercer retired 6 months after the investigation stalled. His final report included one detail that was never released to the public: a single fingerprint found on the inside of the closet ceiling panel that matched neither Abigail nor any of the missing persons in the database. The print appeared to be inverted, as if pressed from above. Detective Hayes continued investigating similar cases across the Midwest, discovering 7 more instances of missing persons connected to homes with unusual attic spaces or modified ceilings. In each case, residents reported hearing scratching sounds at night. Eleanor Simmons still lives next door to Abigail's empty house. She keeps her curtains closed at night now and has installed additional locks on all her doors. When interviewed for a local newspaper article about the anniversary of Abigail's disappearance, she said only, "I hear it sometimes, the scratching, it's always from above." The photo album remains in evidence storage at the Blackwater County Sheriff's Department. The case file notes that despite being carefully preserved in a climate-controlled environment, the photographs continue to change. Faces that were present one month somehow vanish the next, with no sign of tampering. And on quiet nights when the building is nearly empty, deputies on night shift sometimes report hearing faint scratching sounds coming from the ceiling tiles above the evidence room. They've learned not to look up. Crime 7, no one knew why, but all 4 posts were bound tightly with gray duct tape. Underneath, the wood was splintered and stained. Inside one post was a note curled into a glass vial. It simply said, "Don't let them tie me down again." The bed belonged to Emma Carlisle, a 34-year-old elementary school librarian from Millfield, Ohio. Those who knew Emma described her as meticulous and quiet, the kind of person who color-coded her planner and rarely raised her voice. She had moved to Millfield 6 years ago from Columbus, settling into a modest 2-bedroom house on Sycamore Lane, a street lined with mature trees and well-maintained mid-century homes. Emma's childhood had been marked by stability and structure. Her father, an accountant, and her mother, a high school English teacher, had raised her with consistent routines and high expectations. Former classmates remembered her as intelligent but reserved, someone who rarely joined social gatherings but excelled academically. After graduating with a degree in library science, Emma had taken the position in Millfield's elementary school, where she developed a reputation for transforming the outdated library into a warm, inviting space for young readers. Every weekday, Emma would arrive at school at 7:30 a.m. and leave precisely at 3:45 p.m. She would then stop at Grayson's grocery on the way home, picking up ingredients for her dinner, always fresh, always measured to the exact portion. Neighbors would see her watering her front garden at 6:15 p.m. during the summer months, or clearing her walkway of snow at the same time during winter. Her predictability was something people in the neighborhood had come to rely on. Until October 17th, 2023, when Emma didn't show up for work. The school principal, Diane Maxwell, called Emma's cell phone twice before asking the school secretary to check if she had requested a substitute. Finding no record of planned absence, Diane called Emma's emergency contact, her cousin, Sarah Carlisle, who lived in the same town. Sarah hadn't heard from Emma since their Sunday dinner 2 days before. By 10 a.m., Sarah drove to Emma's house. Emma's gray Toyota Corolla sat in the driveway. The morning newspaper lay untouched on the front step. Sarah rang the doorbell, knocked, and called out. When she received no response, she used the spare key Emma had given her for emergencies only and stepped inside. The house was unnaturally cold. Sarah called out again, her voice echoing through the silent rooms. Everything appeared to be in its place, shoes aligned by the door, kitchen counters spotless, not a cushion out of place on the sofa. Sarah made her way upstairs, noting how the wooden steps creaked in the stillness. The bathroom door stood open, towels hung perfectly straight on their racks. The guest bedroom remained undisturbed, but when Sarah approached Emma's bedroom, she noticed the door was closed. Emma never closed her bedroom door during the day. She had once mentioned to Sarah that she liked the air to circulate through the house. Sarah knocked softly, then louder, then called Emma's name. Finally, she turned the knob and pushed the door open. The bedroom window was wide open, curtains billowing in the autumn breeze. The bed was made with hospital corners, Emma's signature touch, but something was wrong with the bed frame. Sarah stepped closer and saw the gray duct tape wrapped around each bedpost, layer upon layer, as if someone had been trying to hold something together, or hide something. Emma was nowhere to be found. Detective James Harmon arrived 40 minutes later, bringing with him Officer Teresa Mendez and crime scene technician Kyle Weber. As they examined the bedroom, Weber was the first to notice the splintering beneath the duct tape. Carefully peeling back the layers on one post, he revealed wood that had been damaged, as if from repeated impact. There were also faint brownish stains that Weber suspected might be blood. The tape's fresh, Weber noted, applied within the last 48 hours, multiple layers wrapped methodically. Detective Harmon inspected the window. No signs of forced entry. Window was unlocked from the inside. He turned to Sarah. Did Emma typically sleep with her window open? Never, Sarah replied firmly. She was always cold. Even in summer, she just used the central air. Officer Mendez discovered Emma's cell phone charging on her nightstand, her wallet in her purse hanging on the bedroom door hook. Nothing appeared to be missing. It was Weber who found the glass vial. While examining the northwest bedpost, he noticed a small opening where the duct tape hadn't fully adhered. Shining his flashlight into the gap, he spotted something reflective. Using tweezers, he carefully extracted a small glass vial, the kind used for perfume samples. Inside was a tightly rolled slip of paper. The note, "Don't let them tie me down again," written in what appeared to be Emma's neat handwriting, transformed the investigation. As the police expanded their search of the house, they discovered Emma's journal hidden beneath a loose floorboard in her closet. The most recent entry was dated October 16th, the night before her disappearance. "They're coming back tonight, I can feel it. The dreams are getting worse. I've started hearing the whispers even when I'm awake now. Dr. Leonard says it's just stress and the medication side effects, but he doesn't understand. No one does. I've wrapped the posts again. Maybe this time it will keep them away." Previous entries spanning the past 3 months revealed a woman increasingly troubled by nightmares and paranoia. Emma had written about shadows watching from the corners and voices calling from inside the walls. She mentioned several times that she felt someone was entering her home while she slept, though she never found evidence of intrusion. The journal also revealed that Emma had been seeing Dr. Raymond Leonard, a psychiatrist in neighboring Westbrook, for the past 2 months. She had been prescribed medication for what appeared to be anxiety and possible schizophrenia. When Detective Harmon interviewed Dr. Leonard, the psychiatrist expressed deep concern but maintained patient confidentiality. He would only confirm that Emma had been struggling with distinguishing between reality and delusion, and that they had been exploring childhood trauma that may have resurfaced. He noted that Emma had canceled her most recent appointment, scheduled for October 12th. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Sarah remembered something. Emma once mentioned that her parents had her restrained during episodes when she was a teenager. She never went into detail, but she said it was for her own safety. "I always thought it was strange because her parents seemed so normal, so caring." Detective Harmon's team dug deeper into Emma's background. Her parents had died in a car accident when Emma was 25, but medical records revealed that Emma had been hospitalized 3 times between the ages of 14 and 17 for what was described as acute psychotic episodes with self-harming behaviors. During these hospitalizations, restraints had indeed been used. A search of Emma's parents' old home in Columbus, now occupied by new owners, uncovered a startling discovery. In the basement, behind a recently installed panel, workers found a small room with 4 eye bolts drilled into the walls at bed height. The current homeowners had no knowledge of the room's existence before renovation. Meanwhile, in Millfield, neighbors began coming forward with accounts of unusual activity around Emma's house. Martin Greaves, who lived across the street, reported seeing Emma's bedroom light turn on and off repeatedly around 2 a.m. several nights during the past month. Eliza Jenkins, whose property backed onto Emma's, mentioned hearing a woman's voice talking or maybe arguing late at night, though she had assumed Emma was on the phone. Most disturbing was the statement from 10-year-old Lily Dawson, who claimed she had seen Miss Carlyle standing in her bedroom window at night real still, like a statue, while Lily was walking her dog. When pressed for details, Lily said, "Sometimes it didn't look exactly like her, though. It was darker, like a shadow person shaped like Miss Carlyle." The investigation stalled for 2 weeks. Then on November 2nd, a security camera at a gas station in Westbrook captured footage of Emma purchasing a bus ticket to Chicago. She appeared thin but calm, wearing clothing that didn't match her usual style, an oversized hoodie and dark sunglasses despite the cloudy day. When approached by the clerk, who recognized her from news reports, Emma reportedly said, "I'm not missing, I'm finally free." Detective Harmon pursued this lead, tracking Emma to a small hotel in downtown Chicago, but by the time authorities arrived, she had checked out. The hotel staff reported nothing unusual about her behavior, though one housekeeper mentioned finding a lot of torn-up paper in the trash, like someone had been writing and rewriting the same thing over and over. Back in Millfield, Weber made a final discovery while re-examining evidence from Emma's bedroom. Using specialized lighting, he found a message written in what appeared to be clear nail polish on the bedroom wall near the headboard. They weren't trying to keep me in, they were trying to keep them out. To this day, Emma Carlyle remains missing. Her house on Sycamore Lane sits empty, the property tied up in legal proceedings. Occasionally, someone reports seeing a woman resembling Emma in various cities across the Midwest, but none of these sightings has been confirmed. The 4 bedposts wrapped in duct tape were taken into evidence. According to those who have examined them, the splintering appears to have been caused by something trying to get out from inside the wood itself, not from external damage. The stains were never conclusively identified. Some nights, residents of Sycamore Lane report seeing lights flicker in Emma's empty house, though the electricity has long been disconnected. Others claim to hear tapping, like fingernails on wood, coming from inside the walls. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, passers-by swear they can see a figure standing in Emma's bedroom window, perfectly still, watching the street below with patient, unblinking eyes. Crimates smooth, yellowed, unmistakably human. Some were carved into perfect spheres, others left jagged and raw. When they removed one, they found a cavity inside, hollowed out and filled with folded paper. It read, "These won't keep her out." Winter in Cedar Crest, Minnesota had always been silent, but the silence that descended upon 42 Willow Lane was different. It was the kind of silence that felt like a held breath, expectant, waiting. Thomas Aldridge had lived there for 23 years. A retired high school English teacher with wire-rimmed glasses and cardigan sweaters, he was known for his meticulous garden and his predictable routines. Every morning at 7:15, Thomas would collect his newspaper from the front porch. Every Wednesday at 2:00 p.m., he would visit the local library, returning precisely at 4:30. Every Sunday, he attended the 10:00 a.m. service at First Presbyterian. People set their watches by Thomas Aldridge. Until February 12th, when he missed his Wednesday library visit. Marlene Jackson, the head librarian for 35 years, noticed immediately. Thomas had never missed returning his books, not once in over 2 decades. She called his home phone, no answer. She tried again at 5:00 p.m., still nothing. It was unlike him, she later told Detective Sarah Reeves. Thomas treasured routine more than anything. He once came to return books during a blizzard because, as he put it, Wednesday is library day. By Thursday morning, when Marlene still couldn't reach Thomas, she called his next-door neighbor, Gerald Winters. Gerald, a retired postal worker who had known Thomas for nearly 15 years, agreed to check on him. What Gerald found at 42 Willow Lane would haunt Cedar Crest for years to come. The front door was unlocked, unusual for Thomas, who was fastidious about home security. The house was cold, as if the heating had been off for days. The living room appeared untouched, books meticulously arranged on shelves, reading glasses folded on the side table next to Thomas's favorite armchair, a half-filled crossword puzzle beside them. Nothing seemed out of place until Gerald reached the kitchen. The refrigerator door stood open, its contents seemingly untouched. A cup of tea sat on the counter, a thin film formed across its surface. The calendar on the wall was still turned to January, though it was now mid-February. But it wasn't until Gerald ventured upstairs that he discovered what would become the signature element of the case that would perplex investigators for months to come. Every doorknob in Thomas's upstairs hallway had been removed and replaced with something that, at first glance, Gerald thought were ivory replicas. They weren't ivory. I touched one, Gerald told Detective Reeves, his voice barely above a whisper during his statement. It was warm, not room temperature, warm like it was alive. The doorknobs, as forensic analysis would later confirm, were crafted from human bones. Specifically, they were fashioned from femur heads, the ball-shaped upper portions of thigh bones. Some had been polished smooth, others retained a more natural, textured appearance. All of them had been attached to the doors with precision that suggested patience and skill. Of Thomas Aldridge himself, there was no sign. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the scene at 11:42 a.m. that Thursday. A 12-year veteran of the Cedar Crest Police Department, Reeves had investigated her share of unusual cases, but nothing like this. The bone doorknobs were photographed, carefully removed, and sent to the state crime lab. It was during the removal of the doorknob from Thomas's bedroom that technicians discovered the folded note hidden inside the hollow core. These won't keep her out. The handwriting was analyzed and confirmed to be Thomas's own. The ink was fresh, less than a week old. As investigators combed through Thomas's house, more peculiarities emerged. In his study, they found a journal documenting what appeared to be increasingly paranoid thoughts. The entries began normally enough, musings about books he'd read, notes about his garden, but gradually shifted over the past 3 months. I saw her again today, read an entry from January 3rd, standing at the edge of the backyard just beyond the birch trees. She doesn't move when I look directly at her. Perhaps she can't. By January 17th, the entries had become more disturbing. She's getting closer, every night a few feet nearer to the house. Last night she was at the back porch. I've checked the locks 3 times. The final entry, dated February 11th, the day before Thomas disappeared, read simply, "She's inside now." Investigators interviewed neighbors, former colleagues, and students. Thomas's sister Alina, his only living relative, flew in from Arizona. She described her brother as brilliant but troubled. Their mother had suffered from schizophrenia, she explained, though Thomas had never shown symptoms until recently. "He called me in December," Alina told Detective Reeves. "He was convinced someone was watching him. I suggested he see Dr. Mayers. He'd been Thomas's doctor for years. Thomas agreed, but I don't know if he ever went." Dr. Mayers confirmed that Thomas had indeed scheduled an appointment for January 5th, but never showed up. A prescription for an antipsychotic medication had been called in for Thomas on January 23rd, but pharmacy records showed it was never picked up. 3 weeks into the investigation, forensic analysis revealed something unexpected. The bones used to create the doorknobs came from at least 3 different individuals. All were female, all estimated to be between the ages of 25 and 40, and all showed signs of having been buried for at least 5 years before being exhumed. This discovery shifted the investigation dramatically. Was Thomas Aldridge a victim or a perpetrator? Detective Reeves ordered a thorough search of the property. In the garden Thomas had so meticulously maintained, cadaver dogs alerted to several locations. Careful excavation revealed no human remains, but rather small bundles buried approximately 2 feet below the surface. Each bundle contained personal effects: a woman's watch, a gold locket, a university ID card belonging to a Margaret Holloway, dated 1986. Margaret Holloway's name triggered a database match to a cold case from 37 years earlier. a 22-year-old student who had disappeared after attending a lecture at the university where Thomas had once taught before moving to Cedar Crest. Her body had never been found. Two other cold cases were soon connected. Diane Reynolds, 27, vanished in 1988, and Carol Winters, 35, disappeared in 1991. Both women had attended the same university. Both had been students in Thomas Aldridge's English literature classes. As investigators prepared search warrants for Thomas's previous residence near the university, a call came in from a truck stop 150 miles north of Cedar Crest. A disheveled elderly man matching Thomas's description had been spotted wandering the parking lot, muttering about keeping her out and bone locks. By the time state troopers arrived, the man was gone. Security footage showed him climbing into the cab of a northbound semi-truck. The driver was later identified and questioned, but claimed he'd dropped the old man off at a rest stop 50 miles further north. Despite an extensive search, no further trace of Thomas was found. 6 months after Thomas's disappearance, Eleanor Aldridge received an unmarked package at her home in Arizona. Inside was a single doorknob, fashioned from what appeared to be bone, with a note attached. "This one is mine. She's still following." Forensic analysis of the bone determined it had come from a male femur, approximately 75 years of age. DNA testing was inconclusive due to degradation, but Eleanor insisted it belonged to her brother. The case of 42 Willow Lane remains officially open. The house stands empty, a silent monument to questions that may never be fully answered. Did Thomas Aldridge flee from some perceived threat that existed only in his mind, or was he running from the ghosts of a past that had finally caught up to him? In Cedar Crest, people now walk a little faster past the house on Willow Lane. Some claim to see a figure standing in the upstairs window on particularly dark nights, an elderly man, they say, watching the street below. Others report seeing a woman standing near the birch trees at the edge of the property, motionless as if waiting. Detective Reeves still drives by the house occasionally. She keeps the case file in her desk drawer and reviews it when the office is quiet. Sometimes she reads Thomas's journal entries aloud, trying to hear the voice behind the increasingly frantic words. She's convinced that somewhere in those pages lies the truth of what happened at 42 Willow Lane. The bone doorknobs remain in evidence storage, smooth and yellowed, unmistakably human. And sometimes, late at night when the building is empty, the evidence clerk swears he can feel them growing warm to the touch, as if they're still alive, still waiting for someone to turn them and open the door to whatever lies beyond. Crime 9, starting from the top and running down, names carefully etched, one per step. The deeper they went, the fresher the carvings looked. At the bottom step, the wood was soaked through. The final name had been half finished. It matched the daughter of the new homeowners. The Henderson family had moved to Blackwood Creek, Pennsylvania, in the autumn of 2018. Martin, his wife Elaine, and their 12-year-old daughter Grace found the Victorian-style home a steal at the price. A sprawling 4-bedroom house with a wraparound porch, original hardwood floors, and a history dating back to 1887. The real estate agent had mentioned some cosmetic issues, but assured them nothing structural would need immediate attention. On their second night in the house, Grace ventured downstairs for a glass of water. As she descended the staircase, her bare feet felt something unusual, small ridges in the wood. She switched on her phone's flashlight and saw what appeared to be a name carved into the step, Caroline. Thinking it might be from previous owners, she continued down. Another step read Michael, then Thomas, Jennifer, Samuel, and so on. 13 names in total, one on each step. The final step, where the wood seemed darker, more weathered, bore an incomplete carving. GR, just the first two letters of her own name. Grace told her parents the next morning, but they dismissed it as childhood vandalism from previous owners. Martin promised to sand and refinish the stairs once they were fully settled. But Elaine noticed how her daughter's demeanor changed after that night, jumping at small noises, avoiding the staircase after dark, insisting on sleeping with her bedroom door locked. 3 weeks after moving in, the Hendersons met Alina Whitley, an elderly neighbor who had lived in Blackwood Creek her entire life. During their conversation over tea, Martin casually mentioned the carved names on the staircase. Alina's hand trembled as she set down her cup. "That house," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Caldwell house. It's had 7 families in the last 40 years. None stayed longer than 14 months. When pressed for details, Alina explained that in 1976, Raymond Caldwell, a respected high school history teacher, had been found in the basement of that home, surrounded by newspaper clippings of missing children. The 13 children whose disappearances spanned 15 years, all between the ages of 10 and 13, all from different towns within a 100-mile radius, had never been found. Raymond Caldwell took his own life before police could question him, leaving behind no confession, no bodies, no closure for the families. The case had grown cold. Evidence was circumstantial at best. The newspaper clippings alone weren't enough to definitively link Caldwell to the disappearances. Some locals believed he was simply researching true crime. Others weren't so sure. The house remained vacant for years before being sold at auction, beginning its cycle of brief ownerships. Detective Nathan Harper had been a rookie officer when the Caldwell case broke. Now, nearing retirement, he still kept the file in his desk drawer, his personal cold case that had defined his career. When Martin Henderson called the station asking about the house's history, Harper agreed to meet him at a local diner. "The names on the stairs were never in any official report," Harper explained, stirring his coffee absently. "By the time we searched the house, the stairs had been cleaned, but there were rumors that Caldwell carved the names of his victims into the steps." Martin felt a chill despite the diner's warmth. And the last one, the unfinished one. "That's what haunts me," Harper admitted. "We think he was interrupted while carving the name of his next victim, a child who was spared only because Caldwell knew we were closing in." That night, Martin examined the stairs more carefully. The carvings were shallow but precise, done with patience, with purpose. But what disturbed him most was the realization that the names matched those in Detective Harper's cold case files, names that had never been publicly connected to the house. Grace began having nightmares. She would wake screaming that someone was calling her name from the basement. During the day, she claimed to hear scratching sounds from beneath the stairs. Elaine found her daughter's behavior increasingly concerning, but Martin insisted they just needed more time to adjust to the new home. In late November, the Hendersons received an unexpected visitor. A woman in her 60s, with silver hair and tired eyes, stood on their porch clutching an old photograph. She introduced herself as Patricia Miller. "My daughter Caroline was the first," she said without preamble. "May 12, 1962, she was walking home from school. They never found her." Martin invited her inside, but Patricia refused to cross the threshold. Instead, she handed him the photograph, a smiling girl with blonde pigtails and a missing front tooth. "I've visited every family who's lived here since it happened," Patricia explained. "I need to know if you found anything at all. a button from her blue dress, the butterfly barrette she wore that day, anything. The desperation in her voice was unbearable. Martin promised to contact her if they discovered anything unusual, knowing he was offering false hope. After Patricia left, he researched the other names. Each matched a child who had vanished between 1962 and 1976. The details were sparse in old newspaper archives, but the pattern was undeniable. Detective Harper agreed to bring ground-penetrating radar equipment to examine the property, focusing on the basement and the yard. The preliminary scans revealed nothing conclusive, no bodies, no significant disturbances in the soil. But Harper noticed something odd about the staircase itself. It was wider than necessary, with an unusual gap between the inner wall and the steps. When they removed the wooden panels along the side of the staircase, they found a narrow cavity, a hidden space large enough for someone to stand inside. The wood of the inner wall was covered with tally marks, thousands of them, grouped in sets of 5, and carved more deeply than the others. They listened from below. Forensic teams spent 3 days analyzing the house. They found microscopic blood traces on the underside of 3 stairs, blood too degraded for DNA testing, but confirming something violent had occurred. The basement floor, when subjected to luminol testing, revealed large areas that had once been soaked with blood, meticulously cleaned decades ago. What they didn't find were bodies. No remains, no clothing, nothing to give closure to 13 families who had waited decades for answers. Grace's nightmares worsened. She began sleepwalking, always toward the basement door. One night, Martin found her standing at the bottom of the stairs, her finger tracing the unfinished carving of her name, mumbling something about the others waiting for her to join them. Child psychologists suggested Grace was responding to the stress of moving and the disturbing history she'd learned about their home. They recommended the family relocate, at least temporarily, but something kept Martin searching for answers, not just for the families of the missing children, but for his daughter's peace of mind. In December, while packing for their temporary move to Elaine's parents' home, Martin discovered a loose floorboard in the master bedroom closet. Beneath it was a small tin box containing a leather-bound journal. The handwriting inside was meticulous, the entries dating from 1960 to 1976. It wasn't Raymond Caldwell's journal. It belonged to his wife, Marion. The journal revealed a disturbing truth. Marion had known about the children, not only known but helped. The final entry, dated 3 days before Raymond's suicide, read, "Raymond believes they speak to him through the stairs, each step a vessel, each name a connection. He says we need one more to complete the circle. I cannot do this again. God forgive me for what I've already done." Marion Caldwell had never been investigated. After Raymond's death, she had moved to Oregon, changed her name, and lived another 40 years before passing away in a nursing home in 2016, taking her secrets to the grave. Detective Harper reopened the case based on this new evidence. The investigation led them to a small cabin in the woods, 5 miles from the Caldwell house, property once owned by Marion's family. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the cabin's dirt floor. The excavation revealed 13 sets of remains, children whose disappearances had haunted their families for decades. Each child had been buried with a small carved wooden figure and a piece of the staircase from the Caldwell home. The Henderson family never returned to the house in Blackwood Creek. They sold it at a loss to a historical society that planned to document its dark history. Before the house was open to researchers, Martin insisted on one final act, removing and destroying the staircase that had borne those 13 names and the unfinished beginning of his daughters. Grace's nightmares eventually subsided, but sometimes she still wakes in the night, feeling phantom ridges beneath her feet, as if the names are trying to follow her to finish what was started. And in quiet moments, she finds herself counting stairs wherever she goes, always relieved when the number isn't 13. The case of the Caldwell house has become a footnote in criminology textbooks, an example of how evil can hide in plain sight, how a respected teacher and his unassuming wife could harbor such darkness. But for the families of Caroline, Michael, Thomas, Jennifer, Samuel, and 8 others, it brought a measure of closure after decades of uncertainty. As for Detective Harper, he retired the day after the remains were identified. When asked what finally broke the case after all these years, he simply said, "Sometimes the dead speak louder than the living. We just needed the right person to hear them." And in Blackwood Creek, locals still avoid driving past the Old Victorian at night. Some claim they can hear faint scratching sounds, like someone carving into wood, a sound that grows stronger with each passing year, as if waiting for someone new to descend those 13 steps. Story 10. The gentle current whispered secrets as it meandered through the tranquil morning, the water reflecting the stillness of the world around it. The fisherman's eyes scanned the glassy surface, almost missing the peculiar sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than discarded remnants of the past, perhaps old clothes cast aside by the careless hands of fate. But as he drew nearer, a putrid stench crept into his nostrils, thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was wrapped tightly in chains, its once shining edges now corroded by time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried open the stubborn case, they were met not by the expected sight of garments, but by a macabre display. Within its confines lay a tangle of hair, fingers curled in a frozen grip of despair, and at the very bottom, a chilling note awaited them: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence a flicker of calm in the midst of the grim discovery. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, with dark locks now sodden and pallid skin marred by the water's caress, lay before her. The meticulous work of the medical examiner painted a somber picture, each detail painstakingly recorded before the body was tenderly lifted away. It wasn't the method of disposal that gnawed at Mercer's thoughts, but the eerie sense of care taken with the victim's presentation. Her nails were impeccably manicured, her hair styled with recent precision, and she was adorned in garments that spoke of luxury and refinement. "She wasn't just discarded here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the endless dance of the water against the muddy shore. She was readied, displayed. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent renowned for her prowess in selling opulent properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled alone in an affluent enclave, a solitary figure veiled in ambition, meticulousness, and an air of privacy. Her abrupt disappearance had set off alarm bells, triggered by her absence at a crucial showing reserved for wealthy clients. She wouldn't have missed that appointment, her assistant insisted, a note of fervor coloring her voice. That sale meant everything to her. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils, Walsh's modernist abode became a place of scrutiny. Every corner exuded an air of pristine perfection, almost too immaculate to be genuine. Designer furnishings stood in silent vigil, untouched by the slightest whisper of dust. In the refrigerator, meticulously arranged meals awaited, labeled by the passage of days. Her wardrobe, a symphony of hues, each garment a note in a carefully orchestrated composition. But it was in her home office that the anomaly lay, a drawer slightly ajar revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry bore witness to haunting words. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Delving into Walsh's digital footprint, a curious pattern emerged: countless emails from obscure addresses, each bearing a singular message: I see your perfection. Sent at identical times on disparate days, they wove a web of unease around the investigation. Her online searches hinted at a growing unease, a quest for security systems and shields against unseen threats. Connecting the dots, Mercer confided in her partner, her voice laced with a hint of quiet foreboding. Our perpetrator is methodical. This isn't a crime of passion. It's a meticulously crafted ritual. A break in the case emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the wares. The man who had pawned it bore a face of anonymity: Michael Linden, a maintenance worker of unassuming demeanor. Surveillance footage painted a chilling portrait of Linden's movements, his presence in Walsh's vicinity a haunting specter of danger. In Linden's modest dwelling, a trove of horrors awaited discovery. Photographs adorned the walls, capturing Walsh and other women in moments of unwitting vulnerability. Each face bore a resemblance to the next, a cruel parody of symmetry and sameness. Some images were defaced with the stark strokes of a red marker. Walsh marked the third victim in a series of orchestrated tragedies. Hidden behind a facade of normalcy, Linden had constructed a shrine to his obsessions, a shrine of violation and desecration. Strands of hair, stained tissues, trinkets of significance, all laid out with a meticulous hand, a silent homage to his twisted desires. Confronted in the icy confines of the interrogation room, Linden remained an enigma of calm resolve. His demeanor betrayed no flicker of remorse as the evidence unfurled before him. They weren't perfect, he intoned, his voice devoid of inflection. They paraded their perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. Her lipstick bore a smudge. Her perfection was a lie. The search for the missing links in his macabre chain led investigators to remote hinterlands, where 2 additional suitcases surrendered their grim contents. Each bore the mark of a woman akin to Walsh, each a victim of Linden's depraved fantasies. Real estate agents like Walsh, women who peddled an image of flawlessness and precision. As the trial unfolded, Linden sat in stoic silence, his gaze fixed on a horizon of his own making. The courtroom bore witness to the litany of his sins, the intricate web of deceit and violation he had woven around his victims. The gavel's final descent sealed his fate, a life sentence devoid of hope for redemption. For Detective Mercer, the case was a chapter closed, a tale of horror consigned to the annals of memory. Yet shadows lingered in the corners of her mind, questions that danced on the edge of comprehension. What inner demons drove Linden to these unspeakable acts? What fractured mirror of imperfection haunted his every waking moment? The river flowed on, a silent witness to the passage of time, its waters carrying away the vestiges of a nightmare made real. But in the quiet precinct atop Mercer's desk lay the echoes of a tragedy, the chilling notebooks that bore witness to the darkness that lurked beneath the veneer of ordinary lives. For in the tapestry of existence, threads of malevolence often lay hidden, waiting for the unraveling of a single flaw to reveal their true visage. Story 11. The motel was a budget relic, a place where guests lingered only briefly. When the clerk handed her the key, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. "Just avoid the last door on your left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigued, she felt curiosity gnawing at her as she navigated the shadowy corridor later that night. Pausing before the door in question, she noticed the frosty chill of the doorknob. At first glance, it appeared no different from the others, but upon pressing her ear against it, she discerned a faint, eerie breathing from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed shook off drowsiness as she slipped beneath the yellow barrier tape marking the crime scene. A metallic, acrid scent assaulted her senses immediately, signaling the presence of blood. Stains had seeped into the threadbare carpet, rendering its pattern nearly indistinguishable. The room's ambience was a paradox, a spotless bathroom, an untouched bed, and a ghastly scene in between. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo. Her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, frozen in a silent scream or astonishment. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the evidence markers dotting the area. "Third victim this season," remarked the forensic technician in a detached tone as he photographed the scene meticulously. "Same modus operandi as the previous cases." Reed nodded solemnly. The victim was clad in upscale attire, a stark contrast to the shabby motel setting. A designer handbag lay open on the nightstand, contents undisturbed. This was not a robbery. A different motive fueled the killer's actions. The motel manager loitered anxiously in the doorway, his complexion drained of color. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during room service." Reed surveyed the room again, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds on the victim. It seemed she had either willingly admitted her assailant or was acquainted with them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the case board. 3 women, strikingly similar in appearance, all discovered in rundown motels off the beaten path. Speculations of a serial offender began to circulate. "Autopsy findings are in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation, no DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was a crime born of personal vendetta, not mere predation. Days blurred together as the investigation escalated. Surveillance footage from the motel revealed no anomalies. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, worked as a financial analyst with no known adversaries. Colleagues described her as meticulous and cautious, traits incongruent with voluntarily staying in such a seedy establishment. A breakthrough came during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she was involved with, the sister divulged, hands trembling around her coffee cup. "Someone from her workplace. She was secretive about it, implying he was married." Reed lined in attentively. "Did she mention a name?" "She only called him C, that's all I know," the sister confessed. The investigation pivoted towards Werner's workplace. Colleagues portrayed her as reserved and professional, unaware of any romantic entanglements. However, a business card discreetly tucked in Werner's desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, the senior vice president. Emerson exuded an air of composed concern during questioning, maintaining a facade of helpfulness and detachment. His alibi appeared airtight, dining with his spouse and another couple, yet something in his gaze unsettled Reed. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner?" she inquired casually. A fleeting expression crossed Emerson's features, imperceptible to most, strictly professional. Later that week, partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag were matched to Emerson by forensics. Confronted with the evidence, his facade crumbled. "We were involved," he confessed, "but I ended it. She threatened to expose me to my wife." "Was that a motive for murder?" Reed probed. Emerson's demeanor hardened. "I never set foot in that motel." However, lodging records told a different tale. A credit card transaction for the neighboring room paid via Emerson's corporate card. A clandestine camera hidden in the shared wall vent was discovered in that room. Evidence piled up fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit, his DNA on a water glass in Werner's room, and incriminating recordings on his home computer. The pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his wife in her youth. He lured them to specific motels, always reserving the room adjacent to the last door on the left, equipped with surveillance gear. After recording their rendezvous, he returned to erase all traces of the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's fa-de finally crumbled. "They were a threat to everything," he murmured. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial was swift but sensational. 3 families observed as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, maintaining the impassive demeanor that had served him in the corporate realm. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed caught his gaze. For a fleeting moment, she glimpsed not his humanity, but its void a chilling absence of empathy. Dubbed the door on the left case by the media, Emerson's psychology was scrutinized by psychologists, while true crime enthusiasts pored over every detail. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, wandering hotel corridors, she found herself counting doors, contemplating the enigmatic secrets concealed behind them. Locked in the evidence vault, 3 identical motel keys remained, tagged and cataloged, a tangible reminder that certain doors, once opened, can never be sealed shut. Story 12. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years. Same spot, same drink, same quietude. The barista recognized his presence, yet his identity remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to appear. When law enforcement investigated his usual haunt, they stumbled upon a forgotten wallet. Inside rested a driver's license bearing a face, but devoid of a name or address, a void where his identity should have been. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found something inexplicable. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the case files, had entered, sat down, but never departed. Mercer pressed her fingers against the cold metal table, rewatching the footage. John, an enigma captured on camera, seemed ordinary. Average stature, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag slung over his shoulder. His vanishing act perplexed everyone, given his unremarkable demeanor. "Play it again," she directed the tech specialist. The footage revealed John entering the cafe during the morning bustle. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, then settled at a secluded table by a potted plant. Engrossed in writing in a notebook, he occasionally glanced out the window while sipping his coffee. Then the pivotal moment arrived. Placing his wallet on the table, he rose and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned. He never exited through any doorway. He simply evaporated. "Check the restroom footage," Mercer requested. "Here's the thing," the specialist replied. "He never entered any restroom. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as if he dissolved into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents spread across her desk. The driver's license photo matched the elusive man, but personal details were absent, replaced by blank spaces. Credit cards bore no names, only numbers unlinked to any accounts. Neatly stacked cash of various denominations, a recent cafe receipt, and a loan business card blank on both sides but for a faintly printed phone number. When Mercer dialed the number, silence greeted her, accompanied by the rustling of paper. After 30 seconds, the call abruptly ended. The barista, a witness to John's routine, provided scant information. He seldom spoke, but was always courteous, generous with tips. Perhaps he had an accent, but his voice was so hushed it was hard to discern. "Did he engage with anyone here, have conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never, always solitary, engrossed in writing in that notebook." The notebook lay open on the table beside the forsaken wallet, filled with what seemed like coded text or ciphers. Cryptographers struggled to decipher its contents. Some pages featured architectural sketches of buildings unknown to the area. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the vicinity with John Doe's images. No one recognized him, no missing person matched his description, and his fingerprints evaded all databases. It seemed as if he existed solely within the cafe's walls. During her inquiry, Mercer noticed an anomaly in the footage. Each time John entered the cafe, the camera's timestamp flickered momentarily. The specialist dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer remained skeptical. Returning to the cafe, she settled at his table. From there, she could observe both the entrance and the restroom corridor, separated by an antique mirror adorned with enigmatic symbols akin to those in John's notebook. When the cafe owner arrived, Mercer inquired about the mirror. That old thing. "Been here forever," came with the building, "a burden to move," he remarked. "Has it ever been relocated for cleaning or redecoration?" "Never in my time, why do you ask?" Mercer approached the mirror, inspecting her reflection. The glass distorted her image, creating a depth that seemed unusual. Touching its surface, she expected cold glass but felt an unexpected warmth. Forensics examined the mirror, uncovering a concealed compartment behind it. Inside lay identical wallets, each with a driver's license bearing the same photo but empty details. Alongside them rested a leather-bound journal filled with entries spanning decades, all scribed in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal is closing." Fingerprints throughout the hidden space all matched John Doe's. Dating the earliest wallet suggested it was 50 years old, yet the photo depicted the same ageless countenance. The journal entries alluded to experiments on temporal displacement and identity transference, mentioning crossing back and window points intermittently. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The cafe serves as a nexus, a convergence of realities. The mirror acts as the portal. When alignment occurs, passage becomes viable. As peculiar incidents unfolded around the cafe, patrons reported seeing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Some claimed to have glimpsed John Doe at his table, though cameras showed no one present. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, connected with the police. A former physicist involved in classified projects, she recognized John Doe as Daniel Weston. He was a brilliant physicist who vanished while studying quantum mirror surfaces that could facilitate matter crossing between parallel realities, she disclosed. Documents revealed Weston's supposed demise in a lab accident, aligning with the earliest entry in the journal behind the mirror. "He believed our reality coexisted with others," Keller elaborated. "Certain places acted as crossings between these realms, points where one could traverse." Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the cafe. It stood on the site of the research facility where Weston had worked, the very place of his disappearance. The case climaxed when Mercer, scrutinizing the surveillance footage late one night, discerned an overlooked detail. Reflected in the mirror, she saw two versions of John Doe Daniel Weston observing himself at the table concurrently. Hastening to the cafe, she found the shattered mirror on the floor. Amidst the shards lay a final note inscribed in familiar handwriting. "The experiment concludes. The portal is sealed. Do not pursue." The mystery of the man who never was remained unresolved. The cafe shuttered post-investigation, the structure eventually razed. Weston's remains were never located, his notes vanishing from evidence under mysterious circumstances. Soon after, Mercer departed from the force. Locals occasionally glimpsed her on the porch, fervently writing in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hung a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface occasionally rippling when unobserved. Story 13, the worn envelope, its corners tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp, a recent dispatch. With careful hands, the detective unfolded it. Inside lay a solitary sheet, its words typed hastily in an uneven script. I regret what I've done. The paper felt damp, carrying a faint scent of iron. A reddish streak along the edge caught their attention, not ink but something more sinister. Detective Sarah Morgan, with precision honed by experience, secured the letter in an evidence bag, the touch of her gloved fingers deliberate. The forensics team confirmed her suspicion the reddish stain was human blood, a match to the DNA from an unsolved homicide that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic canvas of stab wounds. Her laptop vanished, notes scattered, hinting at a connection to an unfinished story. Despite exhaustive interviews and tireless inquiries, the case had grown cold, and now a letter had materialized at the police headquarters addressed simply to Homicide Division. Barely any fingerprints graced the paper and envelope, save for smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark emerged as a beacon, offering a rare light after months of darkness. Morgan summoned her team to the briefing room, where the walls bore witness to the investigation's frustrations, crime scene snapshots, timelines, fruitless suspect profiles. Pinning the letter's image at the heart of the board, she declared, "This changes everything. Our perpetrator shows remorse." Detective James Chen, Morgan's steadfast partner, scrutinized the letter. "Or perhaps they wish us to believe so," he countered. "The blood may be a theatrical ploy, a taunt." Tracing the typewriter's unique imprint to a long-discontinued model, the forensics team embarked on a hunt through antique vendors and collectors. As momentum gathered, they delved into Rebecca's life. Her editor painted a portrait of a determined journalist unafraid to expose corruption. Her final assignment delved into a wealthy family entrenched in local politics, embroiled in a bitter inheritance dispute following the patriarch's demise. Questioning Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor, a nervous energy betraying his facade. Rebecca spoke of being shadowed, he confessed. "I dismissed it as paranoia. I should have listened." As the detectives pursued this thread, a second letter arrived, its contents echoing a chilling narrative. The same typewriter, the same blood. She uncovered too much about the family, the inheritance, what befell the old man. I never intended for it to escalate. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, resided amidst a trove of antiques, including vintage typewriters. His responses, rehearsed and polished, raised suspicions. A breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, linking back to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Alina. Upon interrogation, Alina disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's abode unveiled a concealed chamber harboring incriminating evidence, newspaper clippings, surveillance materials, and a vintage typewriter identical to the one used for the letters, its bloodstains confirming Rebecca's tragic link. Unexpectedly, the investigation uncovered a financial alliance between Richard and Michael, payments exchanged in the lead-up to Rebecca's demise. Confronted, Michael's facade crumbled. She found proof that Richard poisoned his father for gain, he admitted. "I informed Richard, hoping to deter her. I never imagined he would resort to murder." The puzzle neared completion as Alina disclosed a damning recording, a dialogue between Richard and Michael, plotting Rebecca's silence. Richard's voice unmistakable. She must be silenced permanently. In a failed attempt to flee, Richard was apprehended. The prosecution wove a narrative around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Alina's recording. Michael bargained for leniency in return for his testimony. At trial, Richard adamantly professed his innocence, accusing Michael of framing him, but the weight of evidence was insurmountable. The jury swiftly returned a guilty verdict, sealing Richard's fate. As he was led away, handcuffed and defeated, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering a small semblance of solace in the wake of their loss. The blood-stained letters lingered in evidence, a poignant reminder that even the most meticulous crimes leave a trace, and that remorse, whether genuine or strategic, can unravel the facade of a would-be perfect crime. The tale of Rebecca Warren transcended mere investigation, becoming a cornerstone of detective lore, a testament to the notion that breakthroughs often arise from humble sources, like an ancient typewriter, and the burden of guilt weighing upon a killer's soul. Story 14, the town had a secret, whispered only in the quietest of tones. At the edge of the woods there stood a house untouched by time. Its windows gazed out like dark eyes, its porch bowed low with the weight of forgotten years. No one laid claim to it. No one could recall who had raised its walls. It lingered on the periphery, a silent sentinel of secrets. A group of hikers, drawn by curiosity or fate, strayed too close one fateful day. In the fading light filtering through the trees, they beheld a chilling sight: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep as ancient runes. Each name bore the weight of a story untold, a life vanished into the shadows. And at the very end, fresh and pristine, there shone a name unfamiliar to them all. A name that sent shivers down their spines. A name that whispered of fate. The call came in the dead of night, a tremor in the darkness. Dispatch noted it as a routine trespassing complaint, nothing more. Mason Wright's voice quavered over the line, recounting the eerie discovery of his own name etched into that desolate house. The responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, a youthful prank gone awry, but what awaited them defied logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the gloom, revealing the weathered facade of the mysterious house. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the wall like a macabre waterfall of memories. Some names had weathered with age, their stories fading into the wood. Others remained sharp and clear, as if carved just yesterday. And at the bottom, like a dark omen, gleamed the name Mason Wright, its edges still raw with the scent of fresh wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath misting in the chill night air. "I can't fathom how my name came to be etched in this forsaken place." And so began the unraveling of a mystery that defied comprehension. Background checks on the names etched into that haunted wall sent a chill through the detective team. Each name belonged to a soul lost to the wilderness over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others lingered on, unresolved. But a common thread bound them all: the vanished hikers had journeyed alone into the woods, never to return. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, studying the depths, the techniques, the subtle traces of time's passage. The oldest name, Rebecca Hanson, harkened back to a disappearance 37 years prior, a tale of a young woman swallowed by the forest, leaving only a lone boot by a babbling stream. Mason's protestations of innocence rang true under scrutiny. He bore no ties to the area beyond that ill-fated hike with his college comrades. They had chosen their path at random, guided only by a digital whisper. His companions, too, professed ignorance of the ominous names that marked the house. A closer examination of Emily Chen's photographs unveiled a disquieting presence, a spectral figure lurking at the edges of the frames, obscured by the veil of trees. "We saw no one else on our journey," Emily swore, her eyes wide with unease. But the forest held its secrets close, whispering of unseen watchers. The house, seemingly deserted, harbored a grim secret in its depths. In the dim recesses of the basement, officers stumbled upon a grim tableau. The belongings of the missing hikers lay arranged with eerie precision on wooden shelves, watches frozen in time, backpacks laden with memories, cameras preserving moments long vanished. Each item bore a name, a link to the souls lost to the woods. As the investigation delved deeper, Mason's world began to warp and twist. Whispers haunted his nights, phantom footprints marked fresh snow, and shadowy figures loomed at the edge of sight. Protection was offered, but paranoia gripped him tight. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of forgotten land records, tying the house to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. His spectral presence lingered in the memories of few, a tall, gaunt figure who shunned the light of day. Blackwood's disappearance, a silent vanishing 15 years past, bore the weight of unresolved questions. The forest, once a place of solace, now held dread within its depths. Crude hunting blinds dotted the landscape, each a silent witness to Victor Blackwood's twisted game. A journal, unearthed from one such blind, spoke of a descent into darkness, a progression from hunting beasts to hunting men, from prey to predator. A manhunt of unprecedented scale swept through the land, seeking the phantom of Victor Blackwood. Helicopters scoured the canopy, tactical teams combed every crevice, yet the hunter eluded their grasp. And Mason, a pawn in a game he did not understand, vanished into the night, leaving behind a cryptic message of his own. The house, a silent sentinel of horrors, yielded one final macabre secret. A hidden workshop, a shrine to the macabre, harbored a freshly carved name, a name that echoed with dread familiarity. The lead forensic technician, missing without a trace, now joined the ranks of the lost. The trap was set, a web of surveillance encircling the house like a noose, and in the dead of night the forest whispered of approaching doom. A figure, tall and thin, emerged from the shadows, dancing on the edge of perception. Tactical teams closed in, only for the specter to fade like mist at dawn. The house stands vigil still, its secrets buried deep within its walls. Mason and the technician, swallowed by the darkness, became part of the legend that haunts the town. The names on the wall echo through the corridors of time, a testament to the darkness that lurks in the heart of the woods. And as the investigation ripples outward, new tales of vanishings emerge, each adding a new chapter to the chilling saga of the house at the edge of the woods. Story 15, the wooden plank shifted under her weight, catching her attention with a subtle creak. Intrigued, she knelt down, running her fingers over the displaced board, sensing a hidden space below. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. With cautious determination, she pried up the boards, revealing a shadowy, narrow cavity beneath her new home. Dust danced in the air, cobwebs clinging to the darkness. But as her eyes adjusted, shapes emerged from the gloom. A mattress, a chair, and in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with her name, written repeatedly in a haunting repetition. Detective Morgan Reed lingered behind Sarah Coleman, observing as she peered into the abyss beneath the cottage. Beyond the mere discovery of a hidden room, fear flickered in Sarah's gaze, a fear born of violated safety, of a sinister presence infiltrating her newfound sanctuary. "Don't disturb anything else," the detective's voice cut through the tense silence, firm yet soothing. A click of her flashlight revealed more of the concealed space, exposing walls adorned with surveillance photographs, capturing every facet of Sarah's life, moments thought private now glaringly public. A shrine of obsession concealed beneath her very feet. The cottage had passed into Sarah's possession from the estate of a solitary man named Walter Green, a recluse who had left no heirs behind. Unoccupied for months before Sarah's arrival, the property seemed innocuous, described as charming and in need of minor touch-ups. No whispers of the hidden chamber had surfaced during inspections or negotiations. "I never crossed paths with him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. Neighbors claimed he kept to himself. "I was told the basement had been sealed off long ago. That's what the reports said." The arrival of crime scene investigators brought a methodical chaos to the hidden room. Cameras clicked, evidence was documented, and the mattress, chair, and notebook were carefully removed for further examination. Forensic scrutiny unveiled a tapestry of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green. Yet what unsettled the investigators most was the timeline woven from utility records and dated photographs, a timeline revealing Walter's clandestine surveillance of Sarah for over 3 years, a presence she had never sensed. This fixation tends to escalate, the department psychologist explained somberly during a debrief. Fantasy bleeds into planning. The hidden room suggests a readiness for something more direct. Detective Reed's inquiries uncovered a startling revelation when she interviewed Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance team. The man, visibly uneasy, confessed he'd mention her sometimes. Said she reminded him of someone else. I thought it was harmless infatuation. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, eyes fixed on his intertwined fingers. A search warrant for Walter's workplace locker bore fruit, a key with no apparent match, leading to a storage unit registered under his name. As the metal door groaned open, a replica of Sarah's former living space greeted their eyes, meticulously arranged down to the smallest detail. A mannequin sat at the desk, its wig mirroring Sarah's hairstyle. A calendar with a foreboding date circled in red loomed in the background. Together, scrawled across the marked day, a chilling testament to Walter's delusions of a shared future. Walter's troubled past surfaced through his institutional records, revealing a history of erotomania, an obsession where love is perceived despite reality's protestations. Released into society, he had lived peacefully until Sarah unwittingly reignited his fixation. Spread across the precinct table, crime scene photos painted a portrait of Walter's misguided devotion, his belief in a destined union with Sarah unshakable even in death. Did she ever encounter him unknowingly, sparking this obsession? A detective pondered. Reed shook her head gravely. No evidence points to any direct interaction. Sometimes these fixations require the slightest catalyst, a passing smile, a fleeting glance. For someone like him, that might have been enough. Sarah made the difficult choice to part ways with the house, unable to shake the shadow of Walter's presence. As she bid farewell during the final walkthrough, her realtor by her side, she whispered, "I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he had lived on. If I hadn't stumbled upon that loose board, how long would I have dwelled here, ignorant of the eyes watching from the shadows beneath my feet?" With Walter's demise, the case was officially closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction itself never materialized. Sarah, now residing far from the haunting memories, adjusted her routines and guarded her privacy with newfound vigilance. Detective Reed kept a silent vigil over her, a silent recognition of the perilous proximity Sarah had unknowingly skirted, a fate narrowly avoided. The cottage found new owners, a young couple unaware of its dark history. The hidden room was sealed off, its secrets buried once more beneath fresh floorboards. Life flowed onward, but for those privy to the truth, the room beneath the floor whispered a cautionary tale, a reminder of lurking dangers, of monsters unmasked too late, and of victims teetering on the brink of their own chilling endings. Story 16. They stumbled upon it in the attic, concealed beneath a worn-out blanket. A porcelain doll, fragile and aged, its blue eyes painted wide open, unwavering. It was a sight unfamiliar to both of them. Initially, they dismissed it as just another forgotten relic of the past. Yet that night, a strange sensation lingered as they settled under their covers. The atmosphere grew dense, the quiet expanding into an eerie stillness. And when morning broke, the doll was no longer in the attic. It had found its place at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had acquired the Victorian house at an auction, captivated by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of its troubled history. Intrigued by the stories woven into its very foundation, they were unaware that they would soon become entwined in its narrative. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim was discovered in the master bedroom, her body contorted into an unnatural pose, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide with terror frozen on her face. The male victim, found in the hallway, seemed as though he had been attempting to flee. The scene was pristine, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle other than in the final moments. In a hushed tone, Detective Winters remarked, "The positioning is intentional," as she murmured into her recorder while crime scene photographers meticulously documented every detail. The female victim seemed staged, like a doll plucked from a display case. The investigation commenced with thorough interrogations of neighbors. An elderly lady recalled glimpsing a shadow flitting behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what resembled a child's laughter emanating from the vacant house during the night. Each tale added another layer of disquiet to the unfolding mystery. The forensic team uncovered minuscule fibers scattered throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, akin to materials used in antique doll attire. The concentration was highest around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More unsettling was the absence of certain findings. No fingerprints besides those of the victims, no foreign DNA, no footprints in the dust where they shouldn't have been. "It's as though the perpetrator was never physically present," remarked the chief forensic analyst. The focus shifted to the property's history. Records unveiled a recurrent pattern: 3 prior owners had met mysterious ends over 6 decades. Each case remained unsolved, with reports of peculiar incongruities. One family recounted discovering antique toys in freshly cleaned rooms. Another documented hearing footsteps when the house should have been empty. Delving further, Detective Winters stumbled upon a newspaper clipping from decades ago. A renowned doll maker and his daughter had once resided in the house. The child's demise under dubious circumstances had led to the father being questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had crafted one final doll, a flawless replica of his daughter. However, the inventory list from Sarah and Michael's purchase made no mention of such a doll. As the investigation progressed, a common thread linking all victims emerged. Each had made alterations to the house, particularly to the attic. Sarah and Michael had initiated renovations the week before their tragic demise, intending to transform the attic into a workspace. A breakthrough arrived when old photographs, discovered in a concealed compartment beneath the attic floorboards, unveiled images of the doll maker with his creations. One doll stood out identical to the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the photographs, the doll appeared to shift positions, almost as though it moved between snapshots taken moments apart. Infrared scans exposed a chilling revelation: faint handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom. Alongside them lingered an enigmatic residue, porcelain dust blended with unidentifiable organic material. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker, who shared family lore about his unconventional practices, weaving human elements into his prized creations to infuse them with life. She spoke of rituals to bind spirits to objects, wisdom he had gleaned during his travels. "The most exquisite dolls," she murmured, "were never mere playthings." Following this revelation, the investigation hit a standstill. No suspects were pinpointed, no conventional rationale sufficed. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters opted to retain the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The subsequent morning, officers found her office door slightly ajar, the cabinet emptied. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, bewildered but unharmed, devoid of any recollection of the previous night. The security footage displayed naught but static during the mysterious hours. The house was auctioned once more, its tumultuous past driving the price down despite its architectural grandeur. The new owners discovered the attic bare save for a folded, tattered blanket in a corner. The doll remained elusive, and Sarah and Michael's deaths joined the roster of unsolved cases occasionally whispered about within the department. Some alleged catching glimpses of it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired prematurely, citing personal reasons. On her final day, she extracted a solitary item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his creations. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and safeguarded it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, opting to leave the attic undisturbed. Yet on tranquil evenings, neighbors claimed sighting a faint shadow behind the attic window and hearing what resembled the soft laughter of a child. Story 17. The apartment lay silent and still for months, a vacant shell waiting to be filled with life once more. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, their expectations were lo, a layer of dust, perhaps some abandoned relics left behind. Yet a single locked door stood as a silent sentinel, mysterious and unyielding. The closet door, sealed shut from within, held secrets within its confines. With a determined push, the landlord broke the barrier, revealing not just old coats and trinkets, but a chilling revelation. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, erratic scratches that spoke of desperation and confinement. In a shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen still illuminated by a solitary, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator of the macabre, felt a shiver crawl up her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the presence of gore or violence that unsettled her, but the silent cries for help etched into the wood. Forensics now, she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting marks on camera, and fetch me the records of the previous tenants. The cryptic message on the phone glowed ominously. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man with nervous eyes and trembling hands, recounted a tale of a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell who had vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. "She kept to herself, caused no trouble," he mumbled, avoiding the gaze of the closet. Forensic analysis unveiled a grim truth: bloodstains mingled with the scratches, most belonging to Emma Caldwell, a missing 28-year-old with a trail that led to silence. Yet two distinct DNA profiles emerged, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man declared deceased 2 years past. Shaw furrowed her brow in disbelief at the revelation. Emma's apartment whispered of an interrupted existence: accumulated mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a neatly made bed. Her phone records painted a narrative of normalcy disrupted, punctuated by a sudden silence in her communications. A mysterious caller, an unnamed boyfriend described as intense and private, cast a shadow of suspicion over the case. Surveillance footage captured a pivotal moment: the entrance of Emma, followed by a shadowed figure in a baseball cap, their identity carefully shielded from prying cameras. The key to the puzzle surfaced in the form of partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer, a man presumed dead. He staged his demise, Shaw deduced, her mind racing to uncover the connection between Emma and Mercer. The enigmatic DNA sample guided her to another missing person, Lynette Porter, whose tragic tale intertwined with the darkness lurking in Emma's apartment. A web of deceit unfurled as Shaw traced Mercer's movements, his mother's car spotted near Emma's residence, his shadow looming over the lives he had entwined. A grim reality emerged in a secluded property, where Lynette Porter endured a nightmarish existence reminiscent of Emma's entrapment. Journals of control, images of unsuspecting women, and damning footage of Emma's final moments incriminated Mercer in a twisted game of dominance and despair. The manhunt for Mercer spanned borders, his twisted psyche sending chills through those who sought to understand his malevolent desires. Captured at a bus terminal, Mercer clung to a faade of normalcy, his backpack holding tools of torment and a reminder of his past atrocities. During interrogation, his chilling calmness painted a portrait of a mind detached from humanity, a predator reveling in his twisted fantasies. The trial unraveled the intricate tapestry of Mercer's deception, his elaborate ruse to evade justice exposed to the harsh light of truth. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her final moments captured in the frantic scratches on the closet walls, a futile plea for salvation. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes, a private satisfaction known only to him. In a moment of defiance, Lynette Porter faced her tormentor with unwavering resolve, a beacon of strength against the darkness that had sought to consume her. The legacy of Emma's ordeal reshaped investigative practices, emphasizing the importance of scrutinizing relationships and rental properties in missing persons cases. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door as a grim memento, a silent testament to the resilience of those who fight to survive against all odds. 318, the dwelling had been unoccupied for ages. Locals whispered that it had been abandoned since the mysterious disappearance of a young woman. Yet as the new residents settled in, they encountered a bedroom sealed shut from within. Upon forcing it open, they were met with stillness, the air thick with neglect, but an unsettling presence lingered. The bed was impeccably made, the mirror devoid of smudges. A solitary candle had dwindled to a mere puddle of wax, solidified tears frozen in time. And then, amidst the eerie scene, they discovered it the journal, its pages adorned with fresh ink. The final entry bore the date of the night she vanished. Detective Morgan delved into the journal's contents as forensic experts combed the room for clues. The elegant script belonged to Elise Winters, a 26-year-old woman reported missing by her parents nearly 5 years earlier. Her writing flowed gracefully across the pages until the last entry, where the pen had pressed forcefully, leaving imprints on the following blank sheets. "I sense his gaze upon me tonight," the chilling words of the final entry revealed. The same car circled thrice. "I've reached out for aid, but my pleas fall on deaf ears. If the worst befalls me, know it was no random act." Closing the journal, the detective secured it in an evidence bag. A blend of dust and an elusive chemical scent lingered in the room. The landlord, visibly shaken, stood in the doorway, his complexion drained of color. "We meticulously inspected every nook before listing it for rent," he murmured. "That door should not have been locked." Elise had been employed as a paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm immersed in high-stakes corporate affairs. Colleagues described her as diligent, devoted, yet increasingly withdrawn in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. She began working late hours, her supervisor disclosed to investigators in a recorded interview. Claimed she stumbled upon discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition files, numbers altered, documents retroactively modified. The detective scrutinized photographs of Elise, auburn locks framing serious eyes behind angular spectacles, perpetually clad in professional attire. The woman captured in the images seemed too methodical to vanish without a trace, too organized to abandon her life abruptly. The bedroom offered scant clues. No signs of struggle, no spatter of blood, just a frozen moment as if Elise had momentarily stepped away. The candle on the desk, a mass of blackened wax, emitted no scent. Its heat had warped the wooden surface beneath. "What have you uncovered?" Morgan inquired of the light forensic examiner. Multiple sets of fingerprints, most degraded with time. Yet the intriguing aspect lies in what's absent. The doorknob wiped clean inside and out, likewise the window fastenings. The investigative team dismantled baseboards, inspected behind outlets, and probed for concealed compartments. Beneath a loose floorboard near the closet, they unearthed a waterproof container housing a flash drive and a key. The key unlocked a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank, revealing a second flash drive and a trove of documents. The paperwork divulged financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore entities linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics unveiled the drive's contents, audio recordings and spreadsheets cataloging manipulated data from drug trials for Westridge's flagship drug, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice alongside that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, the firm's senior partner. "These figures must remain confidential," Harriman stressed in one recording. "The side effects manifested in nearly 40% of patients, not the reported 4%. Should this leak, the firm will collapse and Westridge's stocks will plummet." "People are perishing," Elise retorted. "The seizures are unfolding precisely as the original data projected." "This discussion is to remain undisclosed," Harriman insisted. "Remember, what is spoken within these walls remains within, for the safety of all." Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, corroborating that Neurapax had been discreetly withdrawn from circulation after fatalities mirrored the side effects documented in Elise's covert files. Subpoenas were issued for Harriman's personal and corporate records. Initially devoid of direct links to Elise's disappearance, a breakthrough emerged upon uncovering charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation residence the day following her vanishing. Upon scouring the property, minuscule traces of blood matching Elise's genetic profile were detected despite meticulous sanitation. The evidence was circumstantial yet damning. The enigma of the locked room remained unresolved until Morgan reviewed surveillance footage from neighboring premises. A figure mirroring Harriman's physique was observed approaching the house on the stormy night of Elise's disappearance. The footage captured his ingress but not his egress through any visible exit. Returning to the bedroom with a structural engineer, they unearthed a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels beneath several blocks of aged residences in the vicinity. The passage had been concealed with fresh drywall, blending seamlessly with the original surface. Vincent Harriman was apprehended during a board meeting. Despite vehemently proclaiming his innocence when confronted with the evidence, asserting Elise's intent to abscond with the incriminating documents, the jury rendered a verdict of first-degree murder. Footage retrieved from Elise's hidden camera discreetly nestled within a bookend on her shelf depicted Harriman entering her room that fateful night. The recording abruptly ceased as he neared her desk where she sat transcribing. Prosecutors postulated that after Elise's demise, Harriman had secured the room from within using a rudimentary string and hook mechanism, fleeing through the concealed passage. Years later, prior to the new occupant's arrival, he revisited to eradicate any remnants that could implicate him, unwittingly preserving the scene to aid investigators. Harriman received a conviction for first-degree murder despite the absence of her remains. The pharmaceutical magnates embroiled in the deception faced separate indictments. Families of patients succumbing to Neurapax's adverse effects initiated a class action lawsuit that unveiled systemic malfeasance. Addressing the court during the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother asserted, "My daughter's chamber remained untouched, safeguarding the truths she sacrificed her life to expose. She never truly departed that room. Her quest for justice lingered within, awaiting discovery." The fresh inhabitants never took up residence. The residence now stands vacant once more, its enigmas unveiled but not erased. Locals circumvent the area after nightfall, shunning the house. Some swear they glimpse a flicker in the upper window of the chamber where a young woman made her ultimate stand against influential figures who presumed their transgressions would remain veiled eternally. Justice prevailed for Elise Winters, not in life, but through the legacy she left behind. The room she never truly vacated became both her sepulcher and her testament. Story 19. The parcel arrived without a trace of its origin, no hints in the form of a return label or tracking number. Just a simple cardboard box dampened by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, but the name was a mismatch. Logic dictated that she should have disregarded it, left it untouched on the porch. Yet curiosity, that age-old temptress, won the battle. She succumbed. Sarah Miller gingerly peeled away the tape, anticipating the contents to be mundane, perhaps books or clothes. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing the cryptic instruction, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, feeling an inexplicable heaviness, a weight that seemed to carry the burden of the forbidden. Her fingers traced the weathered edges of the tape, sensing the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke of the pen imbued with a sense of haste. Meanwhile, the backdrop of her suburban neighborhood hummed with its usual rhythm: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the morning air. Life continued its ordinary course, oblivious to the enigmatic delivery that had just crossed Sarah's threshold. She carried the package indoors, placing it on her kitchen counter as doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance for her. In her 4 years of residency, mail addressed to that name had never graced her mailbox. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, seeking proximity to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease waged war within her as her gaze flitted towards the VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was an alluring mystery shrouded within the worn black plastic of the tape. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static flickered on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into clarity. A dimly lit room materialized, bathed in the glow of a single lamp. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially veiled by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice resonated, soft yet resolute. "If you're watching this, someone has discovered you, which means they will find me as well." He leaned in, his weary countenance coming into view, eyes etched with exhaustion, stubble gracing his jaw, hair unkempt. "I did not commit the deed, you must understand that, but my fingerprints, my DNA, they were found at the scene, though I never laid a hand on her." The camera trembled slightly as Daniel readjusted it, offering a glimpse of the sparse surroundings, a room devoid of adornments, a transient sanctuary for one prepared to flee at a moment's notice. They planted the evidence. The official narrative will claim familiarity between her and me, an altercation, witnesses attesting to our quarrel. None of it is true. I encountered Catherine Walsh only upon seeing her visage on the news. His voice cracked faintly. Deceased, slain in her own abode, and yet my DNA was omnipresent at the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape resting on her desk, the fifth to emerge. 5 tapes, 5 distinct recipients, all bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man officially branded as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's homicide. A man who had vanished without a trace on the day her lifeless form was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case had seemed unequivocal. a young professional strangled in her own chamber. No signs of forced entry, traces of a struggle. DNA evidence inexorably pointing towards Whitaker, a man whose fingerprints had long been catalogued in the system due to a minor transgression in the past. Witnesses reported sightings of a man resembling him near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the fateful night, a straightforward narrative until the advent of the tapes. The tapes introduce a complication. Detective Ramirez intoned into her recorder as she updated her case files. Whitaker is either orchestrating an elaborate diversion or unveiling something far more sinister. Her gaze flitted across the evidence board, smiling portraits of Catherine Walsh, the harrowing crime scene images, maps pinpointing the delivery spots of the parcels, and at the heart of it all, the driver's license photograph of Daniel Whitaker. His eyes seemed to implore her for redemption. The investigation took an unforeseen turn when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a formidable pharmaceutical entity with governmental affiliations. Walsh had stumbled upon anomalies in their clinical trial data, evidence of concealed side effects in a hastily advancing drug. She was slated to testify, murmured a former colleague to Ramirez during an interview, eyes darting nervously towards the exit. Catherine possessed incriminating documents, proof of executive awareness regarding the issues they had buried. The trial was imminent. Odd incongruities began to surface. The DNA evidence appeared almost too immaculate, discovered in locations incongruent with the crime's narrative. Testimonies regarding Whitaker seemed rehearsed, echoing identical phrases across disparate statements. Most disconcerting of all, surveillance footage from neighboring establishments inexplicably corrupted during the precise time frame encompassing the murder. 3 days subsequent to the initial tape, Sarah Miller received a second package. This one harbored a trove of documents, clinical trial summaries, internal communications, email transcripts, all originating from Pharmacorp, all stamped with Catherine Walsh's digital seal. Each piece substantiated her vindication. The inquiry pivoted. Detective Ramirez established contact with recipients of the remaining tapes, weaving together Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs. He had toiled in IT security for a contractor servicing Pharmacorp systems. He had never encountered Catherine, but he had chanced upon her name flagged within an unconventional security protocol he was forbidden to breach. They were surveilling her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I witnessed the directives for surveillance in the system. They were cognizant of her accumulating evidence. Then I found myself locked out of the network. The following day she was deceased, and inexplicably I was painted as the perpetrator. The breakthrough materialized when Sarah Miller discerned a detail on her copy of the tape that had eluded others. A reflection within a window behind Whitaker disclosed a row of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they identified the locale. Within Unit 217, they unearthed a cornucopia of evidence. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy. The original documents Catherine had amassed, and most damning of all, meticulous blueprints for framing Whitaker, inscribed in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's security chief, a former law enforcement officer endowed with access to evidence handling protocols. Justice did not transpire through dramatic arrests, but through the methodical accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictment. The security head admitted guilt, opting to cooperate as a witness against his superiors. The drug was retracted from consideration for market release. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, emaciated and altered by his stint as a fugitive. The charges against him were expunged, yet the ordeal had etched its mark indelibly upon him. Sarah Miller encountered him once as he arrived to retrieve his tape. They exchanged a few words on her porch, the very spot where his parcel had initially arrived. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why was it sent to my address?" He regarded her wearily. "The algorithm singled you out. I required individuals devoid of any connection to me or Catherine, individuals who would not be under surveillance, individuals who might retain faith in their own discernment amidst the media's assertions of my guilt." The erstwhile suspect and the inadvertent witness stood in silence, pondering the tenuous boundary separating justice from contrived falsehoods. Sarah eventually broke the silence. The erroneous address proved to be the precise one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth sometimes arrives in unforeseen packages, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting the scrutiny of those brave enough to unveil its secrets. Story 20. The tale began innocently enough for Michael and Sarah Klein, who settled into their new Victorian-era home with dreams of a peaceful life. The house, with its elegant charm and intricate woodwork, seemed to whisper stories of bygone days as the couple embraced its old-world allure. But tranquility soon gave way to intrigue when a mysterious water stain appeared on the bedroom wallpaper, prompting the couple to peel back the layers of time. What they uncovered beneath the surface was a haunting revelation, a name repeated endlessly in a frantic scrawl: Eleanor Winters. Intrigued and unsettled, Sarah traced the name with trembling fingers, while Michael delved into the depths of online archives, seeking answers to the enigma that now enveloped their home. The search led them to a chilling discovery, a missing persons case from decades past, featuring a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner, Margaret Cavendish. As the couple delved deeper into the mystery, they uncovered a tangled web of secrets and lies that spanned generations. Sarah's relentless pursuit of the truth led them to hidden chambers beneath the floorboards, revealing a trove of identities belonging to Eleanor Winters and a perplexing connection to Margaret Cavendish. Their home, once a sanctuary, now stood as a testament to a dark past intertwined with a troubled present. The walls themselves bore witness to a fractured mind, struggling to maintain a fragile grip on reality amidst a labyrinth of deceit. Forensic teams descended upon their property, unearthing long-buried secrets that cast a macabre light on the shadows of the past. The truth, when finally revealed, shattered illusions and laid bare the harrowing tale of Rebecca Eldridge, a tormented soul consumed by jealousy and obsession. As the sun set on their once idyllic abode, Michael and Sarah stood witness to the grim resolution of a decades-old mystery. Justice, though delayed, arrived at last for Eleanor Winters, as the house that once beckoned with promises of serenity now echoed with the haunting echoes of a tragedy long concealed. In the stillness of the night, as the wind whispered through the ancient eaves, Michael and Sarah found solace in knowing that, beneath the layers of darkness, light would always find its way through, illuminating the path to redemption and peace. And as they drifted into slumber, the echoes of the past faded into whispers, carrying them into the realm of dreams, where mysteries unraveled and souls found rest. Story 21. She entered the front door, stirring up the dust that danced lazily in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and cloaked furniture telling tales of neglect. Every room she ventured into seemed to loop back to the same parlor, a peculiar anomaly that defied logic. The doors, like portals to nowhere, taunted her with their repetitive cycle. Back and forth she wandered, handles turning fruitlessly, always returning to the familiar parlor. The way out, the way she came in, was now a distant memory, vanished like a wisp of smoke. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the threshold of the house, a place of intrigue turned crime scene following the discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body. Inside, forensic technicians moved like phantoms through the shadows, unraveling the mysteries that lingered within the dimly lit rooms. The once forgotten Victorian had gained notoriety among the locals, known for its unsettling reputation where compasses spun wildly and whispers of unseen watchers sent shivers down spines. The medical examiner's hushed voice revealed the grim truth: Morgan had met her end 3 days prior, a victim of asphyxiation. Seated in the parlor, as if in quiet repose, she faced the entrance with a serene expression, hands folded in a peaceful gesture. No signs of struggle marred the eerie stillness of the scene, leaving seasoned investigators unnerved by the absence of chaos in the face of death. Questions lingered in the air as Lynn delved into the circumstances surrounding Morgan's demise. A real estate agent, showing the property to potential buyers, stumbled upon the haunting sight of Morgan in the parlor, a spectral presence in the abandoned abode. The house, a relic of past disputes and forgotten ownership, held within its walls secrets darker than the mere whispers of the townsfolk. Morgan, a studious graduate student delving into the realms of architectural anomalies, had a fascination with spaces that defied the norm. Her journal spoke of strange occurrences within the Victorian's confines, acoustic anomalies, shifting cold spots, and doors that led to ever-changing destinations. Her final entry hinted at a quest to unravel the spatial inconsistencies, a journey that ultimately led to her tragic end. The investigation unveiled a chilling detail: a rare alkaloid found in Morgan's system, a substance linked to shamanic rituals known for inducing disorientation and vivid visions, yet in quantities deemed non-lethal. Her boyfriend's steadfast defense of her research ethics cast a shadow of doubt on the possibility of deliberate self-harm. Deleted messages on Morgan's phone unveiled a cryptic exchange with a kindred spirit, someone who shared her fascination with the enigmatic house and its secrets. Whispers of the house, holding memories of ages past, of yearning to be understood, echoed through their correspondence, hinting at a realm beyond the tangible. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, emerged as a key figure in Morgan's quest for understanding. Their bond transcended professional boundaries, delving into the esoteric depths of the Victorian's design. Reeves, though devastated by Morgan's demise, shed light on the house's deceptive nature, the illusions woven into its very foundations. An unexpected revelation from Eleanor Blackwood's grandson unearthed a family legacy shrouded in darkness. The house, a place of claiming, where peaceful departures masked a sinister force at play. Generations of deaths, veiled in the guise of natural causes, painted a harrowing picture of a dwelling that held sway over those who dared to unravel its mysteries. A hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace unveiled long-lost artifacts, relics of bygone civilizations arranged with deliberate intent. At the heart of this chamber lay a weathered figurine, a deity of liminal spaces, a guardian of thresholds unseen. The residue on these relics echoed the alkaloid found in Morgan's system, linking her fate to forces beyond mortal comprehension. As the investigation deepened, eerie traces of another presence emerged within the house's confines. Unidentified fingerprints, dust patterns that whispered of unseen guests, hinted at a malevolent force lingering in the shadows. And when Adam Reeves met a fate mirroring Morgan's, the chilling reality of the house's grip on perception became all too clear. In his final testament, Reeves spoke of the house's insidious hold, not physical but perceptual. The doors that led nowhere, the rooms that circled back, all a play on the mind's fragile grasp of reality. The key he clutched, a key to understanding, a key to unlocking the truth that bound them to the house's enigmatic embrace. The case, shrouded in mystery, remains open, a testament to the inscrutable nature of the Victorians' legacy. Condemned and cordoned off, the house stands as a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets from prying eyes. Whispers of spectral lights flickering within its walls, of visitors who vanish into its depths, weave a tapestry of folklore that paints the house as a keeper of arcane wisdom. Some say the house claims those who delve too deeply into its mysteries, ensnaring them in a web of illusions and half-truths. Others believe that Morgan and Reeves glimpsed a truth far older and more profound, a truth that transcends the boundaries of conventional reality. And so, the enigma lingers, an elusive specter haunting the corridors of a house where all doors lead back to the beginning, trapping those who dare to seek the truth within its timeless embrace. Story 22. The real estate agent's listing made no mention of a basement. The architectural plans did not account for one. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, they uncovered a concealed door. A hefty, corroded handle beckoned. It took the strength of 3 to wrench it ajar. Stale air billowed forth, heavy with the aroma of moist soil. Descending steps disappeared into darkness. Storage was anticipated. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And adorning the wall behind it, a sequence of photographs depicting them. Images captured from within their own abode. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban dwelling amidst the winter, when dusk arrived early and skeletal trees loomed stark against the frigid sky. The aged 2-story house, with its weathered siding and groaning boards, exuded character, or so they had convinced themselves. Character and history. What they had not foreseen was the depth of history entwined within the house, nor the violent collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the residence with her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's shaky voice had relayed the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes intermittently illuminated the staircase as the forensics team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot. The basement, akin to the dimensions of a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a drab gray. A lone chair was secured to the floor at the room's core. Above, the stark bulb cast sharp shadows, pirouetting slowly in an unseen breeze. Yet it was the photographic display that seized attention. 37 pictures meticulously arranged in order of events. These date back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner observed, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the dining table, the children in their rooms." Investigations unveiled no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had remained dormant, nothing had been pilfered, only privacy had been breached, along with any semblance of security the family once held. Forensic analysis unveiled numerous fingerprints throughout the basement, many belonging to prior proprietors of the residence. Records disclosed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past 10 years, each family departing within a year, selling at plummeting prices. None had ever acknowledged the existence of a basement. "We must interview every previous owner," Connors decreed, scanning her notepad. The case grew more disquieting as they retraced the property's history. Disparities emerged in the property records, blueprints modified between transactions, permits filed then retracted, inspection reports heavily redacted. A breakthrough came during the interrogation of the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His complexion paled upon glimpsing the basement photos. "That room is fictitious," he insisted, hands trembling. I gutted that place to the foundation. No basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room save soil and concrete. Data extracted from a concealed memory card within the light fixture exposed hundreds more images of the Mercers and Pryor families. Youngsters slumbering, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by an unauthorized presence. The case took a darker turn upon the recovery of audio recordings from a weatherproof box secreted in the basement corner. Conversations from the master bedroom, kitchen, living room reverberated. The audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, yet none were discovered during the initial search. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors directed with urgency. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, power outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Concealed behind the photograph wall, investigators unearthed a narrow passage leading to a monitoring chamber. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras. And a journal brimming with meticulous notes on each family that had inhabited the residence. Their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the property's original architect, a man named Edward Kelvin. Reports indicated his demise during the house's construction, a fact that grew increasingly dubious as the investigation unfolded. No official death certificate, no burial arrangements. Edward Kelvin had vanished from public records. The journal's final entries descended into chaos. Phrases like "they never look beneath" and "they never perceive me" recurred. The last page bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint scrutiny confirmed suspicions. Edward Kelvin had never departed the house he had constructed. He had merely retreated into its concealed recesses, crafting a maze of vantage points from which he could observe the families who believed themselves alone. The manhunt spanned 3 days. They discovered him curled within a crawl space amid the second-floor bedrooms, his physique slight and sinewy, adapted to navigating the narrow passages within the walls he had fashioned. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were actors in his private play. He recounted watching them with the detached demeanor of a scientist observing subjects. He had never physically intruded, never plundered, never directly disrupted their lives. He had solely watched, documented, recorded. "They welcomed me," he informed investigators, his tone mild and rational. "They signed the agreements. They became mine." Psychological assessment diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the house rather than an interloper. The families were mere transient occupants in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercer family refrained from revisiting the residence. Like their predecessors, they deserted their possessions, departing with only essentials in suitcases. The house stood vacant as legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation points integrated into the structure itself, all meticulously planned prior to the initial bricks placement. The dwelling had been devised from the outset as a monitoring apparatus, with its inhabitants unwitting players in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Upon the jury's pronouncement, Kelvin displayed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still traverse unnoticed through the corridors of the house, now existing solely in memory. The property was eventually razed, the earth beneath excavated and restored. Nevertheless, for the families who had dwelled there, the violation lingered. They remained haunted not by what had been seized from them, but by what had remained concealed, observing, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had trusted for protection. Occasionally, in hushed instants, they found themselves glancing upward at vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were truly solitary now, pondering if they ever truly had been. Story 23. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet a sense of unease crept in. Her appearance seemed normal, her attire unchanged. Yet the longer she peered, the more unsettled she felt, a flicker in her peripheral vision, a motion that wasn't hers. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. This eerie moment marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's enigmatic journey, a tale that puzzled investigators and lingered in the community's memory for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature, her reserved demeanor, she maintained a solitary existence while maintaining amicable relations with her neighbors. As a data analyst for a mid-sized company, her days unfolded with clockwork precision and routine. No one could have predicted she would be thrust into the heart of a perplexing criminal enigma. The peculiar occurrences commenced subtly. Objects in Rebecca's living space appeared subtly rearranged, no items missing, just subtly shifted. A coffee mug relocated to a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush placed on the incorrect side of the sink. Initially attributing these oddities to fatigue-induced lapses, Rebecca ignored them as the byproduct of prolonged hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial evaluation yielded no clear criminal activity, hinting at a potential concern for mental health services rather than police intervention. Shaw documented the issue, consigning it to the stack of non-urgent cases. No tangible evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing possessions. Just a woman plagued by a sense of unease in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror incident. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection seemed to move independently, how an eerie sensation of being watched enveloped her even in solitude. This time, she possessed proof a self-installed security camera trained on her front door. The footage unveiled a revelation that sent shivers down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of her using a key to access her apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for any signs of manipulation or tampering, finding none. The individual entering her residence moved and dressed identically to Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. However, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace's security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation gained momentum. Fingerprints found throughout the apartment exclusively matched Rebecca's. No foreign DNA surfaced. Neighbors attested to witnessing nothing out of the ordinary, simply Rebecca going about her routine as usual. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return home one evening without receiving a response, an occurrence she deemed unusual but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space multiplied. Food she couldn't recall consuming vanished from her fridge. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most disconcerting were the photos on her phone, selfies resembling her, yet captured without her recollection. In some images, her expression appeared subtly awry, her smile too wide, her eyes overly intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my mind," she confided in Detective Shaw during their third exchange. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." A breakthrough ensued when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger solely infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. Someone possesses intimate knowledge of your routine, Shaw elucidated. This isn't random, this is calculated surveillance and infiltration. A forensic psychologist postulated a fixation theory, a notion of someone fixated on becoming Rebecca, inhabiting her existence, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. While such occurrences were infrequent, they found mention in psychological archives. The culprit typically underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim, embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus of the investigation narrowed when Rebecca referenced a former colleague, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, frequently remarking on their shared features. Post-dismissal, she dispatched a series of unnerving emails to Rebecca. "We could be identical," one message read. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to scour Lily's abode. The findings metamorphosed the case from unsettling to ghastly. One room in Lily's residence had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all clandestinely captured. A wardrobe harbored precise duplicates of Rebecca's attire. Makeup mirroring Rebecca's preferred brands adorned a vanity alongside meticulous notes detailing her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Yet the most damning evidence surfaced in the form of practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The progression was evident: initial attempts clumsy and conspicuous, later ones almost indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was erasing me." Technicians unearthed advanced equipment for key replication and electronic access card duplication. Lily had maintained an intricate system tracking Rebecca's movements, including a calendar forecasting her schedule meticulously. What remained inscrutable was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals uncovered in her residence contained disjointed entries fluctuating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The conclusive entry sent shivers down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us shall remain. The stronger version shall endure." Upon the authorities' move to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Signs of a hurried departure permeated her residence, drawers left ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure site under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, every locale tied to her former life was vigilantly monitored. Lily failed to surface. The case took a chilling turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported a peculiar occurrence. Rebecca had purportedly been sighted accessing the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the narrative. A figure identical to Rebecca used a valid ID card to enter the premises, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca, safeguarded in a fortified sanctuary, could not have been present at her former office. The implications dawned on the investigators. Lily hadn't fled, she had executed her plan. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, assuming her identity while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case lingers unresolved. Lily Winters eluded capture. Rebecca Thorne forsook her past life, forging a new identity at an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of two strikingly similar women. One embodies Rebecca Thorne, the other embodies Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinizes their countenances for disparities, the subtle nuances that could differentiate one from the other. The truly chilling aspect Shaw often imparts to fledgling detectives is not merely someone resembling you or sounding like you. It's the fervor with which they desire to emulate you, to the extent of obliterating themselves in the process. Identity isn't solely external, it's the most fiercely guarded aspect of ourselves. Occasionally, we fail to recognize its worth until someone endeavors to usurp it. Story 24. She had a desire to redo the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue hue, holding secrets within their layers. As she applied the first stroke of white paint, a hidden surprise emerged beneath the faint outlines of letters, gradually becoming sharper and more defined, a message etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you," her breath hitched. Stepping back, she noticed something unsettling, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high for a child to reach. This discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had recently purchased the Victorian-style home for a remarkably low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, clutching her notebook. A pregnant woman, her belly protruding beneath paint-stained overalls, answered the door. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message in handprints. According to the woman, the previous owners had abruptly left in the dead of night, with neighbors witnessing their hasty departure, packing only essentials into their car. Detective Klein navigated through the aged house, the floorboards creaking under her footsteps. In the nursery, she inspected the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still visible amidst the remnants of fresh paint. Beside it, 5 small handprints imprinted at an adult's shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into property records. The house had changed ownership 8 times in 3 decades, an unusually high turnover rate. Alarming were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families, detailing children hearing whispers and feeling watched while asleep. Further investigation uncovered the house's previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who operated an orphanage within the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings hinted at the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have run away. Upon Eleanor's passing, a hidden room behind the nursery wall revealed children's belongings but no remains, leading to a cold case. Interviews with former residents unveiled a recurring pattern of strange occurrences, rearranged toys, eerie laughter, and mysterious drawings. However, it was the unsettling writings that appeared during nursery repaints that captured the detective's attention. A forensic linguist confirmed the handwriting matched Eleanor's journals, while identical handprints persisted over decades. The investigation took a chilling turn when ground-penetrating radar uncovered anomalies beneath the basement floor, later revealed to be the remains of the missing children. Each child wore a pendant with their name, solidifying their identities as victims of foul play during Eleanor's tenure. Luminol revealed hidden handprints throughout the nursery, glowing in the darkness, a silent testament to the children's plight. Eleanor's journals shed light on her twisted beliefs, aiming to harness the orphan's energy for her own longevity. The case concluded with a proper burial for the victims, their tragic fate finally acknowledged. Despite justice served, an inexplicable presence lingered in the house, reaching out across time through the layers of paint. The nursery walls were dismantled, yet workers reported hearing ghostly whispers amidst the debris, refusing to return after dark. The house was condemned, a cold case archived, but the spiritual mysteries within remained unsolved. Detective Klein kept a haunting photograph from the investigation, 5 luminous handprints in the dark, a poignant reminder that some tragedies leave indelible marks beyond the reach of paintbrushes. Story 25. In the heart of the city, the old library stood with its secrets tightly held within its walls. Scheduled for demolition, the workers toiled tirelessly, their tools echoing through the once grand halls. But fate had other plans, hidden beneath the surface of time. As the final moments drew near, a worker's hand brushed against a seemingly insignificant latch on a dusty bookshelf. With a soft click, the shelf swung open, revealing a passage shrouded in darkness, a passage to a hidden room long forgotten by the world above. The air inside was heavy, thick with the weight of years gone by. No furniture adorned the room save for a solitary chair, its presence commanding attention as it stood bolted to the floor, and etched into the walls a haunting repetition of words, "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease creeping through the shadows, called for the authorities. What began as a routine demolition now unraveled into a mystery that gripped the heart of Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. Standing at the threshold of the hidden room, Walsh's flashlight pierced the darkness, casting light upon the cryptic message that adorned the walls like a silent scream in the night. "Secure the scene," his voice reverberated, a whisper in the stillness. "Let no one disturb this place until every secret is laid bare." The library's past whispered tales of the Harrington family, once pillars of the community. Their daughter, Rebecca, had vanished into the night, leaving behind only questions and a void that could never be filled. The mystery of her disappearance lingered like a ghost in the shadows of the hidden room. Forensic experts combed through the room, unraveling the threads of a story long kept hidden. Hair and fibers clung to the chair, a silent witness to the struggles that had unfolded within those walls. Blood and skin cells whispered secrets of a captive soul pleading for release. Walsh delved into the depths of the past, uncovering a web of deceit woven by those closest to Rebecca. The timing of the library's donation bore the mark of coincidence turned conspiracy, a gift that masked a darker truth waiting to be unveiled. The hidden room bore the mark of Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle, a man with shadows lurking in the depths of his gaze. His ties to the contractor who installed the bookshelf hinted at a sinister dance played out in the darkness of the hidden room. As the pieces fell into place, the truth emerged from the depths of silence. Rebecca had not fled into the night. She had been ensnared, imprisoned by familial hands that should have offered protection. The chair, a silent witness to her captivity, now spoke volumes of a tragedy long concealed. Maxwell's study held the key to unlocking the past, a journal stained with the ink of his twisted obsession. His words, a chilling confession of a life consumed by greed and fear, painted a portrait of a man driven to unspeakable acts by the specter of his own making. In a coastal town, Maxwell sat in the shadow of his deeds, his mask of indifference crumbling under the weight of evidence stacked against him. The truth, a bitter pill to swallow, lay bare the darkness that had festered beneath the surface for far too long. Rebecca's remains, a silent testament to a life cut short, were laid to rest at last, her memory honored by those who had never forgotten her. The library, once destined for destruction, now stood as a monument to a truth reclaimed from the depths of time. As the sun set on the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the community gathered to pay homage to a life lost but never forgotten. Flowers adorned the entrance, a symbol of remembrance for a soul that had whispered through the ages, "I am still here." And in that quiet moment of reflection, justice found its way home, a beacon of light in the darkness of the past. Story 26. In the quiet hum of night, let me tell you a tale that will lull you into a realm of mystery and tranquility. High above, hidden from sight, lies an attic that held more than forgotten treasures. It guarded secrets that would chill the bravest soul. Rebecca Morgan, a woman of quiet demeanor, found herself drawn reluctantly to this attic sanctuary when a storm sent raindrops dancing through a leak in the roof. The attic, cloaked in shadows and draped in cobwebs, held a peculiar presence that made her skin prickle with unease. Among the dust-covered relics, her gaze fell upon an old dollhouse, its miniature furniture arranged with eerie precision. But as she peered closer, a shiver raced down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were delicate replicas of her own family, each one a mirror image of reality, frozen in time. Except for one, the figure meant to be her was not seated as the others, but stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the dark. Her fingertip traced the roof of the dollhouse, lingering on the spot where the tiny wooden figure stood, a silent witness to unknown machinations. A chill gripped her, not from the draft that whispered through the rafters, but from the realization that this dollhouse should not be here at all. This was not her childhood home, but a rented abode, a temporary haven that now held a sinister secret. The tale unfurled as Rebecca's frantic call summoned the authorities to the suburban dwelling, where a family huddled in fear, their sanctuary tainted by unseen eyes. Detective Sarah Harmon, with a keen eye for detail, unraveled the threads of deception woven within the dollhouse's miniature walls. Each figure bore a likeness so uncanny, it spoke volumes of an intruder's intimate knowledge of the family's every move. Forensic discoveries unveiled a hidden world beneath the floorboards, a realm where an unseen watcher dwelled, unbeknownst to the unsuspecting family above. The intruder's presence, like a phantom's whisper, lingered in the remnants of a makeshift living space, a silent testament to his obsession. But the puzzle deepened as investigators delved into the past of the vacant house, once home to an elderly couple now departed. Their son, Martin Wells, harbored a dark secret, a secret that bound him to the shadows, a prisoner of his own making. Behind closed doors, he crafted miniature worlds, each a reflection of a life he could never possess. In a small apartment across town, the truth unfurled like a macabre tapestry, walls adorned with stolen moments, journals chronicling the lives of strangers turned into puppets on a twisted stage. Martin Wells, the puppeteer of this clandestine theater, spoke of possession and control with an unsettling calm, his delusions painting a portrait of a fractured mind. As the gavel fell, justice meted out its verdict upon Wells, a solitary figure lost in a world of his own making. The echoes of his deeds reverberated through the halls of justice, a cautionary tale of boundaries crossed and lives entwined in a web of deceit. And so, as the night wanes and the stars whisper their lullabies, remember the tale of the dollhouse and the shadow that lingered within its walls. For in the quiet corners of our world, unseen eyes may watch, unseen hands may move, but in the end, it is our own light that guides us through the darkness. May you drift into slumber, wrapped in the cloak of dreams, safe from the specters that haunt the attic of the mind. Story 27. In the quiet of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a subtle disturbance in the stillness. At first, the mother paid it no mind, attributing it to mere interference in the electronic waves that surrounded their home. But then the crackling of static filled the room, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered through the speakers, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver crept down her spine, her heart quickening with a sense of foreboding. With trembling hands, she hurried to her son's room, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. The door creaked open, revealing an empty crib bathed in moonlight. Panic clawed at her chest as she scanned the room, searching for any sign of her precious child. The window remained shut, the locks secure. There was no evidence of forced entry, no disturbance save for a lone stuffed rabbit lying abandoned on the floor, its unblinking eyes fixed on her with a haunting gaze. In a state of hysteria, she cried out into the silence, her screams piercing the night like a wounded animal. The neighbors, roused from their slumber by her anguished wails, dialed emergency services in a frenzy of concern. When the authorities arrived, they found her huddled on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit to her chest, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that threatened to consume her. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery, each clue leading to more questions than answers. How could a child disappear from a locked home without a single trace? Whispers of suspicion swirled through the community, casting a shadow of doubt upon the grieving mother. But then a breakthrough emerged from the darkness. Tiny fibers, foreign and unfamiliar, were discovered on the windowsill of the nursery, a clue that hinted at a clandestine entry from outside. The focus shifted, unraveling a web of deceit and betrayal that lurked beneath the surface. Security footage unveiled a shadowy figure moving with stealth and purpose, a phantom in the night. A footprint, distinct and telling, led the investigators down a path of deception and intrigue. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, suspicion turned toward the father, Daniel, whose hands bore the calluses of a hidden pastime. His hobby of rock climbing, once a source of solace, now cast a shadow of doubt upon his innocence. Financial records painted a damning portrait, revealing a tangled web of lies and deceit. A second family, hidden in the shadows, emerged as a startling revelation, exposing a man consumed by greed and betrayal. The baby monitor, once a source of comfort, became a sinister tool in a twisted game of manipulation. Digital forensics unveiled a chilling truth: the device had been hacked, its signal hijacked to sow chaos and confusion. And in a dimly lit basement, the truth was laid bare. Samuel, alive and unharmed, was found in the arms of a woman named Elaine, a ghost from the past with eyes vacant and hollow. The ties that bound them together, woven in a tapestry of loss and longing, unraveled in the harsh light of justice. Daniel's denial crumbled in the face of overwhelming evidence, his betrayal exposed for all to see. The courtroom hushed as the haunting audio from the baby monitor echoed through the halls, revealing a truth more chilling than fiction. The jury's verdict was swift and unyielding. Daniel and Elaine were sentenced to the full extent of the law, their crimes laid bare for the world to witness. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred but resilient, embarked on a journey of healing and redemption, leaving behind the shadows of the past. The baby monitor, silent and vigilant, stood as a testament to the darkness that lurked in the hearts of men. Its whispered secrets, though harrowing, served as a beacon of truth in a world fraught with deception. And as the night surrendered to the dawn, Rebecca tucked away the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes watching from the confines of a box, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded. The truth, in all its chilling clarity, had been revealed, a tale of betrayal, loss, and the enduring power of a mother's love.